Check, check, 1, 2. Greetings, everyone. Hello. How we doing? Greetings, everyone. It is Thursday. I am a little bit late. But honestly, not as late as I thought I would be. Nima, stop barking at me. All right, let's get swapped over. Let's chat for a little bit while I wait for my caffeine to hit. And I guess also wait for my Advil to hit. My neck hurts. And I took some pain relievers. Let's go. Oh, that's the wrong one, but that's okay. Got a little gung-ho there. We want this one. The ever so slightly different. There we go. It's weird. PS1 and Super Nintendo, from a technical standpoint, have the same resolution for many games. You know, 240p, which is like 256 by 240 or something like that. But when you actually run them through the RetroTink, they come out a little bit differently. And I think it's just because they have different amounts of bleed area to account for CRTs. But obviously when I'm cropping it for stream, I don't have to worry about the bleed so much. I just want to make sure there's no like black pixels on the edges. So the Super Nintendo has just slightly more real estate. It's really bizarre. Just a very slight difference. Let's see what else is going on. I still have not gotten back to playing Fantasy Life since last Friday when I played with B, because I'm bum rushing this Pokemon Challenge run. I think I'm going to be able to get it done tonight. I'm getting my team leveled up for the Elite Four, and then I'm planning to do my Elite Four attempt tonight, and hopefully I win, and I'm done, and then my Switch can go back to being a dedicated Fantasy Life machine. That was really poor planning on my part to start this challenge run when we started it. I should have just said, nah, let's table this for like 2 months. And I kind of forgot how close we were to other things. I will not be streaming that on Twitch, though. I'll probably just do it in the Discord voice chat. Jackie's Discord voice chat, not boys Discord. That's pretty much it. Switch 2 next week, obviously, is big. I will be doing a midnight launch late Wednesday night into Thursday. I'll probably call the store on Monday to get the details. And I'm sure I'll talk to some really uninformed, low-level employee that gives me the wrong information. But we'll see. But I will be doing a stream for that. I will be streaming late Wednesday night into Thursday just to celebrate the hype of the Switch 2 launch. I don't know what other games I'm going to have besides Mario Kart. I didn't pre-order any games because I didn't think I would need to pre-order any games. And with how much of a debacle pre-ordering the system was, I didn't want to take, like, when I finally got through to place the order, I wasn't going to take my chances to try and go add a couple of games. But as far as the actual launch lineup, I think Mario Kart is the only thing that I'm going to get. Because there's a couple of Switch 1 upgrades that are coming out day one. there's going to be a Fantasy Life upgrade that costs $3, which is incredibly reasonable. And if I can migrate my save file, which I'm assuming I should be able to because the game supports cross-save, but I just don't want to assume that I can do that until it's real. But I would love to play it on my Switch 2 instead. So that's my plan with that. And you know, I guess maybe that could be part of the midnight launch stream, but I'm assuming I'll probably just be playing Mario Kart. I want to get Donkey Kong, but that's not a launch title. And I'm not gonna get any of the other like Switch 2 upgrades. But yeah, the Switch 2 upgrade for Fantasy Life will be available immediately, which is pretty amazing. They just announced that like 2 days ago. Bravely Default Remaster, glad it's happening. I don't know if I'm going to even buy it. If I did, it wouldn't be for a long time. Deltarune, I'm not going to play until it's done. Not going to buy a Nintendo Switch Welcome Tour. I'm not gonna rebuy the Zeldas or Suikoden. So yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Not interested in Rune Factory. So I'm actually kind of glad about this because there's so many other games on my plate right now. I'm glad that there's not like 4 Switch launch titles that I'm gonna be going crazy over. I would much rather it just be Mario Kart, which is like a game that doesn't interfere with any of the other games I'm playing. You know, it's not like a story game. It's not like a Pokemon playthrough that requires regular attention. It's just something that I can pick up and put down whenever I want. And I'm sure I'll spend a lot of time playing it. So I'm actually really happy that there's only one launch title and that it's a Mario Kart. That actually works out great for me right now. I'm sure other people are upset about it, but it works out perfectly for me. How you doing, SNES? What's going on? You were waiting for me to catch up to you in tactics, you mean? We're gonna go back in time today. Yeah, okay. Have you been doing that on stream at all, or is that just off stream? It isn't much beyond mine. Okay. We're gonna go back in time today before we advance. You have been doing it on stream. Okay. Well, hopefully I can pass you today. We'll see. The time travel is going to take a little bit. I keep hitting the mic. Do I need to clean my glasses? Yeah. Thought they were feeling a little foggy. So I started late today because my dad came to visit yesterday and he stayed over. He's on his way down to the beach to do some relaxing and some surfing and whatnot. And it makes his drive a lot more bearable if he can stop roughly halfway. And I was so excited this morning when he said that he was going to go have lunch with his friend before heading out. Because I was afraid he was just going to kind of like linger here for the first half of the day. Games that you can just hop in and out of are great value. Yeah, I agree, Brian. Also, welcome in. How you doing? It's an interesting style of play for me because I don't play a lot of games that have that sensibility. I'm not a pick up and put down kind of gamer. I'm usually like, okay, I'm gonna play this one game and I'm gonna lock into it and I'm gonna play it until it's done, you know, and then I'm gonna switch over to another game, and I'm trying not to have too many games on my plate, and I'm trying not to spend too much time away from any one game. Give it up for day 23. Yeah, this is a big moment, Halo Killer. You guys probably don't know this, but up until this point, the longest RPG that I streamed was Wild Arms 3. Wild Arms 3 was 23 streams. So as of today, Tactics is now the longest playthrough on the channel. I'd have to go back and look at the hours to see how the hours stack up. You know, there might be some variation there, but as far as like the number of streams, it will be Tactics. And I don't think any of the Tuesday non-RPG series were streamed for more than 23 days. I think the only one that could maybe come close would be the Pokemon Yellow 151 run, but I don't think that took that long. I don't think Mario Sunshine took that long. But I'd have to take a look. My streams were shorter back then, so, you know, it could be. You tend to get bogged down about halfway through a big RPG. Nice to have something that is a palate cleanser. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Skies, I think Skies was like 16 or 17 or 18. Suikoden 4 was 19. So, and obviously, like, you know, Out to Lunch lengthens these quite a bit. There's a lot of factors that go into it being longer. And, like, back when I was playing Wild Arms 3, like, there wasn't really anything that, like, pulled me away from the game except for, like, you know, a soda tasting. Because I didn't have the spin wheel. There was no puppy time. There was no Out to Lunch. And I also, like, didn't take scheduled ad breaks. Because that was before the whole ad structure changed. So I would just play non-stop for several hours. So in some regards, those streams might have been actually more productive. And the game itself is longer, but I got it done more expediently, you know, but yeah. Anyways, let's fire up Tactics and get going for the day, shall we? Ding. But yeah, one way or another, today is day 23, and 23 is the most streams for a game so far on this channel. For what it's worth. You've been doing hunts offline in 12, so you can get through it faster on stream. Man, there's so much to do in 12. I remember the first time I played it, I thought I was going to do everything, because that was like peak 100% fervor for me, you know, like mid to late teens. I would like really got into like completionist type stuff. And I got the guide, you know, pre-ordered the game, pre-ordered the guide, and started looking through everything. And then when I started realizing, like, all the things that I would have to do in order to fully complete the game, I was just kind of like, oh, man, I don't know if I can do this. And I just kind of, like, played through the game and, like, did what I was interested in. And I put my 100% energies into Dragon Quest VIII. Which is ironic, because I bought Dragon Quest VIII just to get the Final Fantasy XII demo. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. And then I ended up going all in on Dragon Quest VIII and doing absolutely everything. And 12 I really enjoyed, but I didn't do everything. Okay, we're loading save file 8. If I look like I'm moving around weird today, it's because my neck hurts. So I'm going to be doing, like, weird, like, movements, most likely. We are going to file 8 at Bethla Garrison. I'm also just thrown off because, like, it's a different time, and my schedule's thrown off. Okay. So... we need to recap everything that happened. Actually, let me just, for the sake of consistency, I want this screen and this music while I recap. I also need a little bit more volume. I have this really nice pillow that I sleep on that fixed a lot of problems that I had with my neck for years, but it's specifically made for side sleepers, which is what I am, but sometimes I roll onto my back, and if you sleep on that pillow on your back, it sucks. It really makes my neck hurt. And I don't know how to make myself not do that, because I won't realize it in my sleep. You know, I'll just do it. Okay, let's take a look at what happened last week. A lot happened last week. We will start with last Thursday. So the first thing that we did a week ago today was we had just gotten out of the big, challenging, kind of gauntlet fight with, that was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago was the fight with, we finally overcame the fight with Ygraf, and then there was the whole there was a bunch of exposition in between that after the Ygraf and Velius fights, and then we had to do a third fight against a zombie Marquis Elmdor and his 2 assassins. That was 2 weeks ago. So last week we were kind of like finally back on the map. Literally, not just as an expression. We were back to the overworld map and able to like move around and shop, and it had been a while. So the first thing that we did last week was we went into Al-Islam's record and we checked in on all of the character entries and got the updates to everybody's information. We did a little bit of save scumming and went around the map, and we looked at the shop inventories for some of the newer shops that we didn't have written down. We even found Al-Islam's record entries for the Zodiac Stones, which helped a little bit with kind of pinning down which stones are in play, who has which stone, what colors are they. There's still a lot of confusion there, but that helped a little bit. And then after we were done with that, we finally progressed with the story. We went to Bervenia Free City, and we got confronted by Meliadul, who was Islud's sister, so the daughter of Vormov. And she may have even been the... well, I'll have to go look at Al-Islam's record, actually, because I don't think we looked at hers. Or we did, but we didn't take any notes on it, so I'll have to take a look at it again. Anyways, she shows up. She's mad because she thinks that we killed Islud. We tell her what really happened. She doesn't believe us because the story's pretty wild. Ramza says some surprising stuff to her. He calls her and Islud pathetic puppets, which is pretty harsh and wild for him. She doesn't appreciate that. But once we get her down to low HP, she's like, I'll get you next time. She teleports away. And we had the wildest luck during that fight. We stole a really rare sword and accessory from Meliadul on the first try. We did lose one of our suits of heavy armor, but it was worth it. Then we went to Finath River, which was just a random encounter, but we had to fight some red chocobos, and they're really strong. We had to redo that fight a couple of times. That was pretty tough. And then after Finath River was Zeltenia, which was our final destination, where Ramza was going to try to make contact with Delita, ask him some questions, and that went surprisingly well. Ramza went to the church, Delita followed us in, we pretended to pray while we had a conversation. It was very like mob movie. Ramza asked Delita some very pointed, straight-out questions, and Delita gave some surprisingly transparent answers, which were very... It was shocking that his answers were transparent, and the actual answers themselves were also shocking. He revealed this massive assassination plot that's basically attempting to remove all of the key players from the equation, so that the church has no opposition. So Goltana, Larg, Barenten, obviously. They didn't mention the Marquis, so we don't know about that. But literally everybody else, you know, Orlandu, are all planned to be assassinated. Which is really, really wild. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting it more to just be, we need some way to get Larg and Goltana out of the way. Yeah, thank you, SNES, for the patch. I freaking love that. But yeah, he mentioned this real plan. And it's also weird because Ramza's like, hey, Delita, why are you siding with the church? And he's like, I'm not siding with the church. I'm my own man. I won't let anyone manipulate me. But he's doing exactly what they want him to do, and he seems to believe in their plan because he's helping it come to fruition. He's like alluding to the fact that he might have an ulterior motive, but he doesn't tell us if or what it is. And then he also very hypocritically is still manipulating people, which he gets called out on later on. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. But yeah, Delita says somebody's going to kill Larg and Goltana at the Bethla battle. And then he says Orlandu, Zalbag, and Dysadarg are going to be killed. So Ramza's two brothers. Ramza doesn't bat an eye at that. And then Delita foolishly thinks that if these armies lose their leaders, they're going to just give up, go home, and choose peace. Which is really surprising. And then Delita's basically like, you're the only thing that's left unaccounted for, Ramza, as far as obstacles for the church. Ramza asks Delita if he's after the stones. Delita says, oh, the church isn't controlling me. I won't hesitate to kill you, but right now we want the same thing, so I'm going to let you live. So, you know, that's kind of insinuating his manipulation of Ramza. And Delita starts saying some stuff about Ovelia. And then Zalmo shows up, the heretic inquisitor that we battled with before shows up. He's like, Ramza, come out with your hands up, basically. And obviously we're not going to go along with that. So we go out, we confront Zalmo. This was, now we're into Friday. So now we're into the previous stream. We go out of the church at Zeltenia. Zalmo's there. He confronts Ramza. He recognizes Delita. He calls him the Black Knight. And then Ramza said something interesting. He said that Zalmo is unknowingly part of the High Priest's plot. I don't know why the word unknowingly was used there. I'm assuming it's probably just a translation thing, and I shouldn't read too much into it. I don't know how he could not be aware that he's part of the High Priest's plot. He's a really high up person in the church, and he's coming after us. And I think the first time he confronted us, he asked us about the stone that we had, but I don't remember. I'd have to check the notes. And then Delita says to Zalmo, I know who you are, that's why I must kill you all. So I thought that was really interesting. Like, that makes it sound like Zalmo has a stone and could, like, transform into a demon or something. That's kind of the impression that I got from that. We beat up Zalmo. He was absolutely no match for us. We were literally in the perfect position to just farm some JP while we tried to block off Delita from prematurely ending the battle, but he did so anyways. And then Ramza says he came to Zeltenia to ask for Orlandu's aid in uncovering the church's plot. And he hopes that the Germanic scriptures will be enough proof to let Orlandu, or to get Orlandu involved. So he's like, he knows that Orlandu will help him if he can show enough proof that the church is doing what he knows that they're doing, but it's hard to believe that the church is doing what they're doing unless you can prove it to them. So he's hoping if he shows them the scripture, that he'll get on board, because Olan, his son-in-law, has kind of like sworn fealty to him, and you know he's close with his father-in-law Orlandu. Anyways, after that we meet the magician woman Balmafula, who has accompanied Delita from Marand, and she is like a mole in Goltana's army. Delita's like, she's the only one we can trust in Goltana's forces or whatever. So she's like considered part of Goltana's higher-ups, but she's actually working for the church / Delita. And she's got kind of a sassy, no-nonsense personality. She calls out Delita for using Ramza, and how that's exactly, like, that's basically Delita doing the exact thing that he swears to be fighting against. You know, he's having like an Anakin Skywalker moment. And, you know, that really pisses off Delita, but he can't say that she's wrong, because she's not. Really struck a nerve with him. So it seems like Delita and Balmafula kind of, maybe they don't go way back, but they definitely have a decent level of rapport. Like, she knows what he's about, she knows what he's going for, and maybe she also kind of knows that his goals are unrealistic, despite how passionate he might be. You know, because like Delita, I touched on this last week, but the theme that's happening right now in the subtext, at least from my perspective, is that we spent the first 2 chapters from Ramza's perspective, where everybody's telling us, you're too idealistic, what you believe is unrealistic and can never happen. There's always going to be war, there's never going to be peace, there's no good, there's no bad. You just have to pick the side that you think is going to win and give you the things that you want. You know, it's all this very like humanistic, opportunistic type stuff. And then now the gears have shifted, where everybody that we're in opposition to, like Ygraph and Delita and all these other people, they are the ones that are unrealistically idealistic, and Ramza's trying to point it out to them. Like, you know, Ygraph was having this whole like nihilistic monologue about how you know, these common people can only go about their daily lives if they believe in miracles, and they need something to cling on to because they're so helpless and pathetic, and they can't push themselves forward without it, you know. And then Ramza turns that around on Ygraph, and he's basically like, well, you're basically describing yourself, you know, like you're self-reporting right now, because you're the one that is relying on the powers that you're getting from the church and this stone, and you know, you're motivated by all these like intangible things that could be classified as miracles, and that's what's driving you forward. So like, what are you really fighting against, you know? And then he did the same thing with Delita, where you know, Delita has this idealistic perspective that like, oh yeah, if we just kill all these leaders of these armies, they'll stop fighting each other and the world will go back to a peacetime, you know. And Ramza's like, hey, I don't think that's how that's gonna go, man. So that's been a really cool thing that has happened in the subtext. You know, the first half of the game, we were accused of being the idealistic, child-minded person who lacked perspective, and now we've matured and witnessed a bunch of different things and learned a lot of things and become more worldly, and we're starting to notice other people doing the same thing that they used to accuse us of. So that's been pretty cool. After we finished the scene at Zeltenia, we did some party management and whatnot, and then we went over to Bed Desert, and we met a guy named Balk, which is a hilarious name, and he was extremely corrupt. He is with Goltana's forces, the best I could tell. He's spreading poison spores into the air that I guess have some kind of delayed activation. And the plan is to poison the Hokoten, which is Larg's army, and try to, you know, influence the outcome of the Bethla battle in favor of Goltana. And they also want to create some confusion so that they can facilitate the assassination of Goltana, which... what? Goltana, Orlandu, and then possibly Larg as well. So this guy is clearly part of the plot that Delita was talking about. And it's hard, you know, I'm assuming that he was part of Goltana's forces, but maybe he wasn't. Maybe he's just a church guy. because he's trying to kill everybody. So yeah, I guess he's probably part of the Temple Knights or something like that. He poisons the party before the battle starts, so we had to start the party, or we had to start the fight with poison status. That was kind of wacky and wild, but we still absolutely destroyed that battle. Balk is anti-aristocracy. He thinks they got to be overthrown, and then once again, going back to the point that I was just making, Ramza kind of points out, you're being idealistic, you're being unrealistic. That's a childish, incomplete thought. You know, that's a half-baked idea, because if you overthrow the aristocracy, the people who overthrow it are going to rise to power, and they're going to become the new aristocracy, and then somebody's going to come along and just overthrow you. You know, you're not going to break the cycle, you're going to perpetuate the cycle. Ramza points that out to him. And he doesn't say, like, I wrote down as usual, because this has been another pattern with Ramza. Ramza doesn't say, like, hey, here's what you should do instead. He's just like, what you're doing is wrong. What you're doing is definitely wrong. What you're doing is definitely not the right solution. And I don't know what the right solution is. I'll readily admit that I don't know the right solution, but what you're doing is definitely not it, man. And this is probably like the third or fourth time that Ramza has had one of those kind of soliloquies, where he dismantles somebody's worldview, but he doesn't offer an alternative. Welcome in, Vicious. How you doing? So yeah, Ramza readily admits that he doesn't have a solution for lasting peace, but he feels like that solution must exist, and that's like his reason for existing, is to try and find it. We cut away to Bethla Garrison after the battle. We see Goltana and some non-10. They have Orlandu held captive, and they're accusing him of conspiring against Goltana. And Orlandu is like, that's crazy, man. You know, I've been working for you for 20 years. Please believe me. The High Priest is trying to manipulate you. Orlandu implicates the High Priest because he knows that the High Priest has this plot to, like, get everybody out of the way, and he wants Goltana to see through to it. He's like, he's just planting a seed so that to turn us against each other, kind of thing, to make us less powerful because we're not together anymore. But Goltana's like, whatever, take him away. He still arrests Orlandu. Delita shows up with Balmafala. He's reporting to Goltana. And Goltana's like, hey, Delita, you're so great. You're promoted. You're now the leader of the Holy Knights, which is like the top faction of the non-10. So he's basically like the commander of Goltana's army. Then something very significant happened, and this is what we're going to get to today when we start. When we arrived at the Bethla Garrison map dot, we were actually given a choice of whether or not we wanted to go to the north wall or the south wall. And we saw enough to know that these were different battles. So we looked at both of the battles and then decided, which one do we want to do? We tried the south one first, and then we tried the north one, and I was just like, okay, we'll just keep going, we'll just do the north one. But today we're going to go back and we're going to do the south battle, see what happens afterwards, and go all the way as far as we need to go to see where the plot lines converge again. Because I want to see, like, what alternate scenes there were. Because you'll see in a minute as I get through the rest of this recap. I know this is a long recap. As I get through the rest of this recap, you'll see that there were some very specific scenes that pointed back to things that we did specifically at the north wall. So I'm very curious how differently things go at the south wall. So for now, we're going to talk about what we did at the north wall. We went to the north wall. The non-10 are like, whoa, didn't expect you to come through the front door. That's kind of wild and brazen. They think we're Hokoten because that's like their natural rival. They don't even recognize who we are. And then Ramza's like, we got to stop this fighting before the two armies get into an all-out war. So that was the north wall. And then I guess I did write some notes about South Wall. At the South Wall, it's kind of the back door, and Rams is like, "Hey, guards, we're here to see Orlando. Please let us in." And we don't, we just saw the scene where Orlando got arrested, so the guards are like, "Oh, you guys are the people who are here to assassinate Goltana. Yeah, we'll take you to see Orlando in your prison cell," But that was all we saw of the South Wall, so we're gonna get the rest of that soon. Back to the North Wall. After the first battle, we see Zalbag and Daisadarg, and they're at a ruined, after the battlefield. There's all these like poisoned or dead soldiers that are presumably Hokoten, and they're kind of looking around through the rubble. They're trying to find the Prince Larg, because I guess this is like Balk's poison gambit. We find Prince Larg. He's poisoned, but he's like, "Don't worry, I'll be okay." And then Daisadarg's like, "Oh, well, that's no good," and stabs him right in the face. Well, not in the face, but like in the heart, and like kills him. And for some reason, Zalbag doesn't even like skip a beat when he watches his brother kill the prince. And Larg is like, Larg has a moment of realization as he's being murdered, like, "Oh, you planned this all along, didn't you?" Let's see, where was I? Yeah, so Larg accuses Daisadarg of killing his own father, Balbinus, to get himself promoted so that he could then come after Larg. Yo, welcome in, Quillsoft. How you doing? Yeah, we're going through the notes from last week before we get started. It's taken a while because a lot happened last week. So that was a pretty big implication by Larg. We know that Balbinus passed away of illness, so to think that his own son may have been behind, like, poisoning him or something, just to get himself promoted faster, is really scary to think about. We know Daisadarg's not a good guy, but that's a completely different level. And Zalbag is not shocked that he just witnessed his brother kill the prince. He's actually shocked because he's like, how are we going to explain this? How are we going to cover this up? Like, okay, cool, you've done that, no big deal, but like also how do we explain this when somebody finds him or whatever? And Daisadarg's just like, just like put a dagger in one of these random soldiers' hands. It'll be fine. And then he like faints from the poison, which is really wild. He was super nonplussed about it. He's like, we'll just say Larg died in battle. No big deal. Yeah, Daisadarg kind of like falls over and succumbs to the poison. He's probably just fainted. I know he's not. There's no way he's dead. Yo, what's up, Spewy? How are you doing? So after that scene, we go to the sluice gate, and this was a second battle. And Rams is like, okay, we've got to break open this sluice gate and let the water flood down, because the water will flood the battlefield that the two armies are planning to meet on. And so it'll like, prevent them from having this all-out battle. And that battle took a while because there were two enemy units that stood on the sluice gate, like braces or controls or whatever, and did not move the entire battle. So we had to kill them and then wait the 3 turn cycles for their bodies to disappear. And then we had to stand on those same tiles, and then we could destroy them and, open it up. And only Ramza could do it. So Ramza had to stand on the first one, and then we had to wait a turn. It was the weirdest thing. It's the only battle we've ever been in where all the enemy units were dead, but the battle didn't end. So it's like technically the perfect battle for like experienced JP farming, because you don't have to worry about what your like last enemy unit that you're keeping alive is doing. You can just keep everybody in whatever spot they're in and just, run a macro and sit there forever. After we finally got done with that, we see Olan reunited with Orlando, because we're like freeing him from prison. Orlando recognizes us, even though he hasn't seen us since we were a little kid. Olan thanks us, says that we avoided all-out war. Balmafala comes in. She's like, hey, Orlandu, Goltana wants to kill you tomorrow, so you should leave. And Orlandu's like, yep, don't worry, I'm going with Ramza. We're going to go stop the High Priest. Olan wants to come along, but Orlandu's like, no, you need to go to Zeltenia. You need to protect Princess Ovelia. So he's like, oh, he reluctantly agrees. And then we see Goltana in his like office or some other room, presumably also at Bethla. And he's like, oh, who opened the sluice gate? So that scene was specifically referential to the battle that we did that was presumably optional. And then Delita comes in and he's like, hey, you need to attack the Hokoten. And then Delita just murders Goltana. He just stabs him, kills him after receiving that order. So there goes Goltana. And then this was really wild. A random guy comes in who resembles Orlandu, and he's dressed as him, but he's not him. And then Delita basically says to this guy, like, hey, I have to kill you now so that people think Orlandu's dead. And then he says some very, like, self-resigned, like, religious platitude where he's like, he basically says, my life for the Horde. And then Delita kills him. So, like, that guy knew what he was being brought there for, and he, like, knowingly allowed himself to be that sacrifice for some reason. So that was pretty wild. So, basically, they want to keep Orlandu alive, but they want everybody else to think that he's dead by killing this guy who looks like him. And I guess they probably want to make it look like him and Goltana killed each other. And then Balmafala tells Delita that Ramza and the real Orlandu got away clean, and it seems like that's what they wanted. That's what they wanted to hear. And then we got a little text crawl. Apparently the high priest tried to make a move after all this, after all these people were dead and removed from the equation, and he's like, oh, look at how bad this was. We've got to mediate these armies. We need to stop all the fighting, trying to position the church in such a way that the common people are seeing is like, oh, they're going to bring us towards peacetime. They want to stop all this fighting. But apparently that didn't work. So, oh boy. And then basically the last thing that we hear is that Ramza's on his way to Limberry, assumingly to go after the Marquis, zombie Marquis Elmdor. And that's where we ended last week. And that's our next story destination, is to go all the way over here through a bunch of new places to Limberry Castle. But before we do that, we're actually going to go back to a previous save, and we're going to do the other Bethla Garrison fights because I want to see what's different. I'm also going to run an ad right now to get us back on the hour since we started at a weird time. And I'm just going to get reset into that other save file, and we'll get into some gameplay that you've technically already seen before if you were here last week. At least the opening of the last battle. So see you in 3 minutes while we get set up here. And it's finally time for gameplay. Okay, so we're going to go to data. And we're going to load. And then this should just be the previous save file. Let me double check. Oh, no. 7 is after the North Wall battle. 6 is before the Bethla battle. So we're going to load file 6 here. And there's also a world where we like this path better, and we keep the results of this save file instead of the other one. We don't know yet. It'll be good to see some of these scenes again, though. Okay, so we're going to do the South Wall. The main thing that I want to know is if the battle after this is somehow still the sluice gate, or if it's totally different. My neck is starting to loosen up a little bit from the pain relievers, but it's still really stiff. The caffeine will probably help me a little bit too. Caffeine and water. Alright. This fight seems pretty similar to the North Wall fight. But it might be a little bit more pesky. There's a ninja, a thief, 2 archers, and 3 knights. And I think the best thing that we can do here is try to take out these archers immediately. They're going to be the most annoying. Who gets to go? Ramza and Veronica. Okay. Our 2 fast double attackers. Alright, I'll have Ramza go for the one with slightly more HP. Oh, we got the crit. That's actually terrible. That might be worth resetting over. Especially since we're still in the ad. Crit is great on the second attack, but on the first attack it means that the enemy unit gets pushed and we don't get to hit with our second attack. Which means he doesn't get killed. Which is not good. Because taking out a unit before they get their turn is phenomenal. Okay, welcome back from the ads, folks. You haven't missed anything. I actually just did a soft reset. Because we started the South Wall fight, and my first opening attack was a crit that I actually didn't want. So I reset. Given that it was the very first action on the very first turn and all. Okay. This is such a... I was thinking, this is such a good game to have your entire playthrough recorded. Because it's so interesting to think about, you know, all the different ways that people might choose to tackle certain encounters. And you're not going to be able to remember all that, you know? So if you have everything recorded, you know, then you have a way to look back and see what your exact party comp was for a certain fight. You know, and how did you go about taking care of that one specific encounter? There we go. Didn't get the crit, which means we get to get the KO. Let's see if Veronica can get a kill too. Low accuracy. Dang, double blocked. That's a bummer. Bugsy the Ninja! What an incredible name! Hamedo! Oh, he's charging. Okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna have Roberto just jump up on this wall here and start singing. This will protect him from one of the archers, maybe. He's gonna be vulnerable wherever he is, for the most part. Alright, Matsuo can go after the thief up here. So we'll do that. Hem him in a little bit. Nice hit with the defender there. We weren't planning on keeping Matsuo as a knight long term, but now that we have the defender, he's kind of locked in. Dog. That's a great name for a thief. Don't you dare. Okay, good. He didn't steal my shield. Okay, Salome. I would shoot if I could get a kill. 120 damage with a gun is amazing. Absolutely amazing. But I might want to dance instead. Maybe I should shoot this guy because his freaking evade percent is so high. Not worried about these knights at all. They're slow and plodding. It'll take them forever to get over here. Yeah, let me shoot this archer guy. I don't really need to start dancing right away. I'm not super worried about that. I don't think it's worth moving her. Even if I move her, like, close to the wall, like, in cover, she's still going to be susceptible to arrows, so I might as well just keep her where she's at so she gets her next turn a little bit faster. Oh, we have another Tatulu. Wasn't expecting to see that name come back around again. Zeke is a great name. Very partial to the letter Z. It's my favorite letter. Fink is a good name, too. Oh, he's got a crossbow. Okay. So he can't shoot quite as far. Get wrecked. Well, unfortunately, we got another crit there, so we don't get the kill. But it's not on my turn, so I don't care about that. If it times out well, I could have Salome finish that guy off. Alright, we got a decent cheer song. Let's look at the AT. Veronica Ramza, Bugsy. Roberto Matsuo Salome. Okay, so I should have one of them take out Bugsy before his next turn. So that he doesn't get to go again. I should try to go for this guy head on, which is gonna suck. But I can't get over to the ninja guy, so I guess let me see if I can hit him with a shuriken from all the way over here. No, not quite. And then conversely, yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. I was gonna say I could have Veronica come over here close enough to throw a shuriken at that guy and kill him, and then Ramza could go towards the knight. But the archer is a much bigger concern. So let's just do this. See if we can get through. Dang it. That's super annoying. Okay, that's definitely not worth it. I'm just gonna go over here, make sure we get the kill before he gets his turn. Oh, a couple more cracks. This stiff neck is like going straight down the spine, like to between my shoulder blades. Let's see, does Matsuo get to go after this? He does. I really want Matsuo to get behind this guy, so I'm gonna move Roberto a little bit. And I guess we'll just keep going with Cheer Song. We don't really need to get faster, but... Oh, I can't get behind this guy. Well, I'm gonna have to just hit him in the face. Apparently I can't miss. And I'll stay right here. Alright, Salome, can you finish this guy off, please? Thank you. Don't need him attempting to steal some equipment. Now I will move Salome to cover. But I guess I'll keep her close as well. So we're feeling pretty unstoppable. Last week we felt pretty unstoppable. The battles were really easy. We had very commanding presence. So we're going into today similarly feeling pretty unstoppable. Okay, can I get behind this guy? Okay, good. This should take care of the archer, finally. I want him gone. Don't crit. Thank you. There we go. Alright. Ramza can come down here. Try to hit this guy in the face. We got one. I'll take it. Matsuo can start working his way over here. Maybe we can do a Geomancy. 18 damage isn't much, but we'll take a Don't Act if we can get it. Alright. No worries. It's better than nothing. And we have absolutely no, like, EXP or JP that we need to farm for. So, we will not do any stalling at the end of this battle. We will, like, until further notice, we will end all battles promptly. I'm just going to keep moving Salome up and shooting people because I don't need any dances right now. Can't hit you. Can't hit you. Can't hit you. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess I will do a dance then. How about... I guess slow dance makes the most sense. Double up with Roberto. The tea is gone. It's a blues song I need to write. Which one do I go for? Which one gets to go next? Cthulhu and Zeke, that's both of them, right? Oh, that's Jean. I'm not going to kill either one of them, so... I guess it doesn't really matter. You can go down here. This way, if I happen to crit... Well, I guess either way, I wouldn't have to worry about a crit. Nice, we got through both on a 56, that's awesome. Homemade ice sweet tea. You forgot that it makes you pee a lot? Yeah, I mean... Like, most beverages have a base of water, right? But tea especially is almost entirely water. And then on top of that, like, caffeine being a diuretic. And the thing with, like, the sweet drinks is because they're so sweet, you drink more of it and you drink it faster without realizing it. So it kind of gives you that sense that, like, man, I'm peeing all the time. I'm gonna immediately switch to water. Oh, look at your cute little potion for your friend. That's so nice. Let's see. If I move Matsuo here, I can't move Ramza there. So I think I'm actually going to stay here and just do another Geomancy. Oh, we got the Don't Act. Nice. I love tea, man. Tea makes me feel nice. And tea is so much more versatile than coffee. Like, coffee can be enjoyed hot or cold, and tea can be enjoyed hot or cold. But the vibes are just so different. For me, at least. Because coffee gives me this, like, euphoric spark, but it fades very quickly. And it's not like... I'm not the kind of person that can just keep putting coffee in and, like, continuously ride that wave. It's like, I get, like, a certain window, and then it's done. But tea is less potent. And I can just get kind of, like, a very slow simmer of a caffeine hit. which can be really nice for, like, focusing on something without getting too jittery. Or, you know, drinking an uncaffeinated tea to, like, calm down is really nice. Or just to have something to drink that's basically water but tastes more interesting. You're not dead yet? How much health do you have? This is enough to kill him? Okay, I'm fine with this hitting Ramza if it ends the battle. Oh no, Ramza got hit with Don't Act. We have to do something before the armies collide. Alright, so this is the end of the South Wall battle. I'm assuming this isn't going to take me to the same sluice gate, but maybe it will. And that's what I want to know. If this is still the sluice gate battle, then we're done. We should get the scene with Larg and Dysadarg and Zalbag first, though. Yeah, okay, so here's this again. So we've got some fallen and some wounded. I don't know if these people are dead or if they've just, like, succumbed to poison. You know, did they die from battle? Did they die from poison? Because it seems like that person's not dead. And obviously, Dysadarg passing out in the same way. He's not dead. So yeah, there's Larg. And Zalbag is like, call the chemist. So clearly Zalbag doesn't know that this guy is supposed to die. So that's what makes it really shocking that he's not worried that his brother's just murdering him. Like, he's surprised, but he doesn't question him at all. He's not like, why are you doing this? I can't believe you're killing the prince. He's just kind of like, oh, well, all right. Well, we're going to have to hide the body. So yeah, he asks Dysadarg if he's the one behind the poison. And then he just says, no, it just says, no, it wasn't me, but it's somebody who's helping us. So I guess this is worth noting. I'm just going to write really quickly. Where's my button? Can't find it. There we go. So let's write bulk. Or actually, no, that's not how I'm going to start this. Dysadarg says that Bulk's poisoning effort was done by Beowulf allies, and that they intend for the Beowulfs to take center stage. Now, I'm going to ask this as a question in the notes, but I have a feeling that I already know the answer. And so, the question is, was Dysadarg manipulated by well, actually, we're not going to worry about by who. Was Dysadarg manipulated to assassinate Larg with this rhetoric? I have a feeling whoever put him up to it has no intention of rewarding him and just needed him to take out Larg. They will likely deal with him later / elsewise. Right? There seem to be a lot of useful idiots in this plot. Like, oh, well, you hate this guy, and you want, or, you know, you want this person's job, so, we think you're great, and we believe in you, so you should just, you know, we'll give you the backing and, the necessary scenario to kill that person, and then, you know, we'll help you cover it up, and you get what you want, right? But the plan is actually just to eliminate all of them, but they're trying to dirty their hands as little as possible and save themselves difficult and dangerous work. They being the church, presumably. So yeah, that's what I think is going on here. You know, Dysadarg is under the impression that, like, oh, whoever, you know, helped us put this together, you know, they're allies of the Beowulf family, and they want to see the Beowulf take center stage. You know, I'm sure that's what they told him. I'm sure that's what they convinced him of. They're like, oh, you know, we think Larg needs to move out of the way. We want to see the Beowulfs come to the center stage. So we're gonna help set up this scenario where you can kill the Prince Larg and take command of his armies to do what you think they want to do, or, you know, what you want to do with them. And, you know, we can make it look like he died in battle or whatever, so that you're not implicated. You know, and that sounds like a great deal to Dysadarg. But really, the church is like, okay, once he takes care of Larg, that's one less person, and then we'll take him out after that. We'll let him think that he's getting what he wants. Yo, MN, welcome in. How you doing, dude? How was the stream today? How's hard body? You still working on that hard body of yours? Folks, go follow MN Retro Gamer. Great friend of mine, and has a really, really cool IRL pinball stream that you should check out. Plays real tactile pinball tables, has different ones, knows how to, like, work on them, knows how the gameplay works. He can point out to you, like, oh, you got to hit this, and then this, and this, and this. You know, so he actually understands the gameplay, and it's not just like, keep the ball from falling down the middle, like what a lot of us think pinball is. Funny light, blink, number go up, you know, that kind of thing. Slinger, welcome in. Hard body needs to hit the gym still? Dang. Standards are high over there. Welcome in, everybody. We are playing some Final Fantasy Tactics. This is my current RPG playthrough, which I do on Thursdays and Fridays. I'm taking some really serious notes in my notebook here. I've got a spiral, I've got a color coding system, I've got highlighting. We've actually gone back in time to a previous save where we were given a branching decision to go one way or another, and we went one way and we played that out, and now we've actually gone back and we're going the other way to see what's different. And we're actually revisiting a scene that's not different and we've seen before, and I was taking a moment to write some notes down because I had some additional thoughts about it. But welcome in, everybody. Nice to have you. Hope stream was fun. So these two guys are our main characters' half-brothers, older brothers, and they kind of resent us. And they're both kind of power grabby. The oldest one just murdered a prince so that he could ascend. And the middle brother, I guess, vicariously assumes that he's also going to ascend. We can go ahead and save this in slot 7. I think that's totally fine. What we really want to see now is, are we going to get a different battle after this, or are we going to get sent to the sluice gate? This is kind of the big question. If this is the sluice gate, then we're done with time traveling. But if this is a totally different battle, then we press on. Alright, we have 2 different squads, which was the same at the sluice gate. Let's see. In front of Bethla Garrison's sluice. Okay, so it looks like this is probably going to be the same fight. Which makes sense, given how everything went. Yep, this is exactly the same. Okay, cool. We've learned what we needed to learn. Cool. As soon as it gives me control back, I will soft reset. And we can move on with our lives. Yeah, I would have been really surprised if this battle was different, with like an entirely different outcome, and then you know, the scene after this references the events of this battle, so that would have had to have been different on the other side of the branch as well. So that would have been really surprising, but I wouldn't have put it past this game. But also, there hasn't been a great precedent for that. There haven't been a lot of, like, branching decisions in this game. Sorry, I'm fighting a sore neck today. So I've been doing a lot of weird stretching and movements. It's getting better as the day progresses, but it's still pretty stiff. Alright, so now we can load back into file 8. I don't think we should expect anything to be different from going the north route versus the south route from here on out. Looks like everything is the same. So, we have a bunch of random squares to pass through on our way to new territory. I think the first thing I'll do is go into Al-Islam's record and read up on the characters that we've recently interacted with to see what kind of updates we can get. And then we'll move forward. We're going to avoid random encounters. He fights his brothers, finding out that they are engaging in a war for their own well-being. Finds out about the greed by the Church of Glabados, and about Lucavi using the church. That's probably a pretty poorly translated sentence. He fights for justice of others. If you had a nickel for every time an SRPG had a sluice gate as a main plot point, you'd have 2 nickels. Yeah, we love a sluice gate. Sluice gates always make me think of the second Redwall book, because I think that was the first time I learned what a sluice gate was. And it's like one of those things where like you see the word like 150 times. Okay, here we go. Has become given the status of a holy knight as he became leader of the Non-Ten Knights after the assassination of Prince Goltana, but this is not the truth. That's a weird sentence, because he did assassinate Prince Goltana. So maybe it's supposed to sound like, you know, after Goltana was assassinated by someone else, Delita got promoted, but that's not how it actually happened. During the commotion of defending Bethla, he released the captured Count Orlandu and murdered Prince Goltana. Okay, yes, that is what happened. He continues to use people for his own ambitions and well-being, further reinforcing that he is a hypocrite. He is becoming that which he has sworn to destroy. Nothing new about Ovelia. She's been talked about a lot, but she hasn't shown up. Probably nothing new for Alma. Yeah, alright, how about Zawbag and Dysadarg? Nope. Dysadarg? Gave up his position as the leader of the Hokaten to his younger brother, became the troop leader for Prince Larg. Yeah, this isn't updated. It doesn't say anything about him killing Larg. Okay, here we go. Bestrada Larg. Assassinated by Dysadarg's scheme during an attack on Bethla Garrison. That's what we just witnessed. Alright, how about Goltana? Assassinated by the scheme of Knight Delita and the Church during the attack on Bethla Garrison. How about Orlandu? Here we go. He was held at the Bethla Garrison for planning a rebellion against Prince Goltana, but escaped with the help of his son, Olan, and you. He is currently with you. I wish it said Ramza instead of you. How about Olan? No, not really. Yeah, see, Olan referred to himself as son-in-law of Orlandu, but he's actually the adopted son based on this. So I'm sure that's just a translation thing. Alright, how about Zalmo? Defeated in a battle against you at Zeltenia. That's the only update. Balmafula. Her loyalty and belief in the church is rather low. She is acting as though she has allegiance for her ambitions. Not sure what that means. Delita's trust in her is strong. They spend a lot of time with each other. I think I need to go help the little guy out. Anything new about Elmdor? No. Oh, Balk. I don't think we've read this yet. Temple Knight of the Moran Glabados Church. Before joining the Temple Knights, he lived as a machinist. Oh, we did read this. Died in a battle at Bed Desert. Okay, yeah, we probably did look at that. Meliadoul? Same. Oh, he fell asleep. Never mind, I'm not going in there. Maybe he's just crying because he's tired. Balbinus? No. All the same. Okay, that's everybody. No up... Wait, Libra. This is new. Ah, Libra, one of the 12 holy stones, a legendary zodiac stone representing the justice. This was a treasure of the Orlandu family. It was in the possession of T.G. Sid. So we did get a note earlier that Orlandu had a yellow stone. We got confirmation that it was yellow, but not which zodiac it was. So now we know that Orlandu's stone is Libra. But the fact that it says that it was in possession is a little bit confusing. But I'm going to choose not to read too much into that. I'm going to assume that he still has it. So let me just quickly write in the notes here. Libra. Next to where I wrote down his stone. Because we did not have Libra in here before. We had Aries, Taurus, Scorpio, Pisces. And now Virgo isn't in here anymore. Which is really weird. We previously were able to read the entry for Virgo here. So have any of the other ones of these changed? Aries is the one we got from Ygraph. Taurus is the first one. Scorpio is the one we got from Draclau. And then Pisces is the one that we got from Islud and then Alma. It's really weird that Virgo isn't here anymore, though. I don't know. I didn't write a blue highlighter next to that one, so maybe we just learned that elsewhere. Okay. I don't really feel compelled to look at the formation screen here, but holy crap, we have Orlando in our party now. He has Excalibur. Hello. The strat may honestly be to just take all his stuff. He has all these awesome skills that Ygraph has. Or had. Which is pretty cool. These are like... It's kind of like Night Skills meets Geomancy, I guess. Meets Black Magic. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. We haven't used any guest characters in this playthrough. And I'm tempted to keep it that way, because I feel like the guest characters are going to be too powerful. There's part of me that feels like I'm missing out on additional dialogue in battles by not having them with me. But that could be a cool excuse to do a second playthrough. So let me see if I can just take all of his stuff. Yep, I can take all of your stuff. I bet Excalibur is better than Defender. Five more attack power. Holy moly. That is absolutely nuts, man. We could take Matsuo back to double sword land too. That might be kind of fun. Defender plus let me see if this even works, actually. Wait, you don't have two swords? Matsuo doesn't know two swords? How is that possible? Okay. He's definitely got enough JP. I guess we just never had him do that. Let's see if this is possible. Oh my god, dude. Excalibur and Defender. Yeah, I mean, I can't resist. We gotta go for this. I'm just gonna switch hands so that the stronger sword hits first. What an absolute machine Matsuo is going to be. We're gonna get rid of the bracer, though, and stick with sprint shoes. Crystal Mail is great for him, because we still kind of want him to be our tank. He's kind of our forward tank. Because Veronica and Ramza hit really hard too, but they both have light armor. And it's good for Roberto and Salome to have heavy armor for high HP, but they're usually staying in back, so... we have an extra crystal helmet now, so Salome can get a little bit more HP. What does this black costume do? Ooh, it cancels stop. That's really good to know. Is that better than the power sleeve? Yes, for HP, but we lose the 2 attack points. So we'll just keep that in reserves for if we run into a battle where stop is a big problem. Even our Earth Clothes are actually better than the power sleeve. We just like the 2 extra attack points. It's pretty massive. I don't remember exactly who we picked that black costume up off of, but it was fairly recent. Okay, cool. Yeah, Veronica's not learning any ninja skills. I guess Salome is technically learning chemist skills, but we don't know what's most important to us right now. I guess it's probably pretty safe to go ahead and give her high potion, just so we can fill in with those if we need to. But I think everything else, I'm just going to save her JP in case we need, like, a very specific arsenal of items or auto potion or, you know, something like this where she needs to class away from chemist and still act as a chemist. That way we can, like, pivot a bunch of different directions and we're not committed. But everything else is going to stay the same. We spent a lot of time looking at her reaction ability now that she doesn't need Regenerator. Everybody else has Hamedo, except for Roberto, who's sticking with Regenerator. So yeah, we're pretty much locked in here. We don't have anything else that we're going for job points wise. These are kind of like final builds for our front 5 characters. Let's do a save, because we're gonna probably need to do some save scumming here as we move across the map. We'll save on slot 9. Write that down really quick. So we will call this post south wall test and party comp. Okay, so now what we're gonna have to do is move across the map without getting random encounters. We do not need any random encounters. They will not be productive for us. So we want to move to Bervenia Free City without getting a random encounter at Bed Desert. If we get one, we're going to reset. We didn't get one. Awesome. So we're going to save again. Slot 10. I got a couple more cracks in between the shoulder blades. Thank you. So this is Bervenia. No rando at bed. And then we should check in on the shops here while we're here. Because I think there were a couple things that we wanted to get. There's an updated rod. Wow, it cancels out all of those status effects. That might be worth having just for that. Because we could give this to a lot of different people. Veronica is very capable as an oracle. Roberto has a little bit of capability as a calculator, but we've never used it. And yeah, everybody else has access to oracle because of what we did with Dancer and Bard to get move +2 and +3. So this might be a good thing to just have in the back pocket in case we need status resist. And it's a pretty powerful weapon as well. But let me make sure we don't need that money for something else first. Oh, hold on. We've got a new women's bag. We've got the H bag now. So I guess H for haste gives you a speed +1. Magic +1 for the C bag. And then the P bag gives you always regen, which is also great. Ooh, a flash hat. This is new. Magic +1, speed +1. And this is light armor. This could be good. This could be good. Because, like, Ramza doesn't use MP at all. So we wouldn't care about losing 35 MP. And we get another +1 speed. He doesn't use magic, so we don't care about that. But +1 speed is, whoo, massive. Plus, if we needed to switch up our sprint shoes for, like, more attack power, it's less of a sacrifice. We would only lose the move instead of the speed as well. You know, we could make up the difference there. Or we can just double up. So I think this will be... Let's figure out how many of these we would want. I think it would just be 2. Because Veronica doesn't use MP either. So this is an empirical upgrade for Ramza and Veronica. Matsuo can't wear it unless he changes jobs, and it's not befitting of a tank. Roberto and Salome don't need the +1 speed as badly. The +1 magic is intriguing for Roberto, because we do utilize him as a white mage. And it might increase the potency of, like, his, you know, life song that heals HP. Don't really know. It seems more like that's based on his brave or his physical attack than magic, but I haven't done extensive testing. 32 HP is a factor, though. So, let's see. How much do these cost? 16,000. So I think what we would prefer to do is only buy 2 of these. But let's keep going here. Oh, the black costume is purchasable. Okay. That's good to know. It's not like a rare item that we just happen to pick up. It's something that we can just buy. It is a good piece of armor. But this would just be a Ramza Veronica thing. And 30 HP is not worth giving up attack +2, in my opinion. What you doing in there, Gobi? Gobi went in the ISO closet, which is usually where Nima hangs out in stormy times. The door has been closed for so long because the room was unusable. It had a bunch of stuff stored in it. But now it's back open again. Back in business, which is great. So I usually leave the door open because the door is completely acoustically insulated. It's covered in foam. So, like, my voice would normally go into that corner and, like, bounce around because it's like a weird little, like, vanity because there's a Jack and Jill bathroom right there. But keeping that door open gives all the sound in this room another surface to get absorbed by. So I usually just leave the door open when I'm streaming because it makes this mic sound a little bit better. Probably not something that anybody would notice unless they're in, like, really loud headphones or something, but it does cut down on some of the reflections. So that means the puppies can just go in there again, and they're excited about it. But Gobi doesn't usually go in there. So I'm surprised that she just went in there, and she didn't come out either. What are you doing in there, Gobi? What's going on in there? You just like going in where Nima goes sometimes, and she's not in there, so you can check it out? She is a big fan of anything Nima does. Okay, we're gonna hit another shop. So there's not a lot here, but I want to make sure I don't overspend. But I think we're okay. So let's get two flash hats. And then let's abstain from the black costume. And then let's buy one of these octagon rods. And that's all we're gonna buy here. Other than consumables. Let's check consumables. I can afford to grab a couple more of these shurikens just in case they prove useful, since we have 2 people that can throw them. Not gonna worry about the balls. How about hot X potions? You can top off this stack, I suppose. High ether? I don't know. We'll get one more Phoenix down. I think we're good on everything else. As long as we have a little bit of everything. Yeah, that looks good to me. We have things we can sell, but until we're needing money, I'm not going to worry about selling anything because it just takes time for me to figure out what to sell. I guess let me do the formation stuff before I save again. So, Ramza is going to get a flash hat. And Salome, no, not Salome. Veronica is going to get a flash hat. Those are the only changes we're making. God, I can't wait to see how much damage Matsuo is going to do. He's going to be so powerful. 21 in the right hand and 16 in the left. Like, that is nuts. Based off of a strength stat of 11. Whereas Veronica is 13-12 based off of 10. And Ramza is 8 and 13 based off of 14. So he has higher strength. So Matsuo might do the same or more damage than Ramza. Also, Ramza's speed is 12 now, which is just chef's kiss. Veronica as well. Speed of 12. We're always going to go first. Okay, let's do a save. One more save. And we'll do this in slot 11. Excalibur's a big part of that. Yeah, I believe it. It's really cool that you can just shove the guest characters in a corner and take all their stuff, though. I appreciate that. All right, now we need to pass Finath River without getting an encounter and land at Zeltenia, so we may have to reset for that. Yep, we're gonna reset. I don't want any randos right now. We don't need it. Until we no longer feel unstoppable, I want to avoid every single battle that I possibly can. I want the game to be challenging. Yeah, Ramza at 94 Brave. It's bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Because 100 is max, I'm pretty sure. Because, you know, when we do, like, certain skills in battle, your Brave will go up. When we're, like, farming and stuff. And I'm pretty sure it tops out at 100. So the fact that we're at 94 is nuts. And, like, default characters being in, like, you know, mid to low 60s at the low roll, and then, you know, like low to mid 70s at the high roll. Like, low to mid 70s is still really good for Braver Faith. So to be in the 90s is just holy moly. Okay, so we're at 11. I forgot to write this down, so I got a little confused there. Sorry, I was stun locked for a moment. So save state 11 is post Burvenia shop and equip. Try this again. There we go. All right, let's save again. So this will be save slot 12. And then this is Zeltenia. No rando at Finath. And then this is a different type of shop, so we're going to go into this shop as well. We don't use daggers. The Orichalcum picture is so cool, though. It's like light purple. Very neat. I'm not even... I don't even feel like I need to buy a dagger to, like, keep one in stock. Like, to have, like, an up-to-date one in case we have a person that needs to pivot into a class that uses daggers, because everybody has the ability to use swords and all different stuff. Oh, new sword just dropped. Hold on a second. Runeblade is here. Magic +2 we don't really care about, but 14 attack power versus 13 is important, because the Ice Brand has a chance to throw out Ice 2, which is really awesome, because you get a little bit of extra damage. 5% more evade. So this almost isn't worth it. This almost isn't worth it. I'm inclined to just skip the Runeblade. Because it's very expensive. We don't really care about the Magic +2 because we're not using it at all. Especially not with the 3 melee attackers. So we'd have to buy, like 4 or 5 of these to really make a big difference. I guess that would be what would make the difference, is if we completely got rid of our Platinum Swords and Ice Brands and replaced them with Runeblades. So we'll take a look at that in a second. Gastrophytus. Holy moly. The most powerful crossbow. Unusually big, gives a huge reaction. What a description. Interesting that it just outright tells you, hey, this is the most powerful one. Oops, didn't mean to do that. That's sort of tempting to buy. But bows are really annoying to use. I'm not going to buy these axes or flails. Because I hate the wide damage range. Wind slash bow, same thing. This is a really nice spear, but we haven't used spears in a while. I don't think we're going to pivot now. Now, the crystal shield. We have one of these. We don't have anybody using a shield right now, so I think we're good there. If we need to pivot to shield builds for like a really hard fight, we have lots of other shields. Shields don't affect your HP, so I'm not that worried about it. This isn't that big of an upgrade over the Platina Shield or the Diamond Shield. So I don't think it's worth reacting. Or worth... What was I trying to say there? I don't know why I said reacting. That's not the right word at all. I don't think it's worth trying to get a stack of 4 crystal shields and getting rid of the rest. You know, like, we're fine with... Replica of the Shield of God. Raises... Raises what, shopkeeper? Yeah, it is funny to imagine him, like... read me that description again? Sorry, read that one again? Just, like, over and over. We have 3 crystal helmets. We'll never need more than that, I don't think. The crystal mail. Ooh, reflect mail. Interesting. Always reflect. We have not used reflect at all in this game. It gives more HP than the crystal mail. So why would you ever buy the crystal mail? It's more expensive. Oh, I guess because you wouldn't want reflect. I see. It knows that reflect is kind of a bad thing. So it's like, oh, we'll give you a little bit more HP if you take on the reflect. So really, we're looking at crystal mail here. It's only a 10 HP upgrade from Carabini. I don't think it's worth it. 10 HP is not going to make or break us in just about any situation. So I'm going to skip that. So I think we're good. We just need to look at the rune blades. But it is time for the lunch break here. So I guess if we do want to go for the rune blades, we should, because there's not really anything else that we care about. Because we would buy 1 for Ramza, 2 for Veronica. We only need to buy 3 of them. Because Matsuo he's good to go on his swords. So yeah, let's just buy 3 rune blades. We don't even need to sell anything. And we'll have plenty to sell if we need to. I should check in on the bar and make sure there's no new rumors as well. Alright, so Ramza's... I'm gonna keep Ramza with the blood sword forever. I think it's always gonna be worth it. Alright, and then 2 rune blades for the young lady. This could also be interesting because if we needed to utilize Veronica's black magic again, which she has a lot of, she has the full arsenal, we could switch her off of the Squire skills. But for now, she's just a physical tornado. But that's nice that we could easily pivot to that and utilize the rune blade to make her a really good battle mage if we need to. Okay, let's save one more time, and then we're going to take the lunch break here. For the next 30 to 40-ish minutes, we're going to be out to lunch, which means I'm going to go off camera, but still be on mic. I'm going to set up an automated game of Fortune Street, and I'm going to feed the little guy his bottle, and probably grab a snack myself. Thursday's pizza day, so I'm not really hungry at all. I'm still really full from pizza. but I might have a little snack just to make sure I don't get peckish at the end of stream. So we'll call this post-Zeltenia shops. What's the name of the next place that we're going to? We're going to Zargidas Trade City. So when we come back from the lunch break, it will immediately be new territory. No more time traveling, no more management and menuing. We haven't done a Smash ad break yet today either. I don't have time to run a prediction for you because I'm a few minutes behind on getting started here. But we're going to swap over. We're going to see Ness fight Mario. This is only their second matchup. So far, Ness is up 1-0. So we'll get a little bit more data there. And when we come back, we'll be out to lunch for the next 30 to 40 minutes. If you're only here for tactics, come check back in like 35 minutes. And we'll be getting back to it either right around then or shortly after. So, see you on the other side of the Smash break. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Ness!
All right. Sorry, that was a little bit long. Looks like Ness has taken it again. Looks like it was a pretty strong victory as well. Gad, welcome in. Gad, I owe you a spin, sir, if you would like it. You had a resub on Tuesday that I called out and just for some reason completely forgot to ask you if you wanted a spin. So that's totally open to you. Spin it to win it, he says. All right, we will do that when we come back from the lunch break. Don't let me forget again. Okay, so let's see here. Whoa. How did we do that? Didn't know you could do that. Okay, sorry, you're not seeing that. I'll show that off when we get back. Let's get the Smash stats updated here. Ness is up 2-0 now over Mario. Still 9 more rounds to go, but if you want to pick who fights next, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. We are nearing the halfway point of our Smash Bros. Super Ads Bros. Experiment. There are 66 possible matchups, and we are on number 30. All right, we can spin without you. Sorry to hear that you have to go to such a somber occasion. Hope you're doing all right. Glad you could pop in. Okay, we need to get the Wii going now. What was that, Bobby? And let's see. I'm gonna swap the component switcher here. Go. And we're going to swap right over here. We are now out to lunch. Ness put in some work there? I didn't see it. Was he just destroying Mario? I saw the score was 2 to -2, which is pretty brutal. All right. A little late getting into Fortune Street today, but we'll make up time by the fact that I don't have to eat. Let's see. We'll do Lil Guys today. Diddy, Bowser Jr., Toad, and Yangus. And we'll go to Slimenia because that's a good level for Lil Guys. Wow, Gad. Would have been 100 had she made it to October. Yeah, that's about as good as you could do. Still living on her own. Wow. Good for her. She eased her way out of here, as she would say. That's beautiful. A bonus grandma. Hell yeah. Yeah, my grandma's, one of my grandma's sisters could have easily been a bonus grandma, but I didn't get to see her enough. Which is too bad. She was a pretty cool lady. All she does is watch TV. That was one of the primary activities of my last remaining grandparent, which was my dad's mom. She watched a lot of TV, but she also, like, you know, did stuff at her church and, like, went out to play cards with her friends and stuff like that, too. So she was pretty decently active, you know, and, like, she was still living on her own, too. So she was, like, going to the store to get things and... But that's all she does? Yeah. I mean, hey. If you're 93 years old and you can't you can't do what you want to do, something's not right. I mean, I guess maybe that's not what she wants to do and it's just all that she can do. I'm making some assumptions there, but... Alright, and we're off with Fortune Street. That's right, I'm singing Little Man. He gets so excited every time. Keep going now. There you go. Ooh, you've been reading LTR. Nice. Your third attempt. You set yourself up for success by reading The Hobbit first. Interesting. What do you feel like has kept you from finishing the trilogy on your previous attempts, Kiki? Is it just like because it's dry, or because it's slow, or just the density of the prose? Just the style? Okay. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Like, I don't know how. I think it would be so difficult to read Lord of the Rings without having seen the movies. I think that would be so difficult. Because you have all these characters who have complicated names, and their appearances aren't super described, you know? And so they're like easy to mix up what they look like. And, you know, usually when you read a fantasy book, you have to kind of like come up with what these characters look like in your head, or at least I do. Like, I need a face. So I have to kind of make up what the characters look like so I can tell them apart in my head by more than just their name and like what role they play. And that would be really hard to do with the Lord of the Rings books, I feel, because there's so many characters, and a lot of the names are really similar to each other, some like notoriously so. So just having that foundation helped me a ton, because it's like, okay, I already know what all of these characters look like because I've seen these movies. So I don't have to worry about that part. I know how all their names are pronounced as well. So that's helpful. Because I'll get really stuck on that in some fantasy books too. It's like, okay, how do I pronounce that? Or like, I have to decide, how do I want to pronounce that? Because I could go like 3 different ways with it. And the book's not telling me. You're only at Tom Bombadil, so not super far. What a great part of the story, though. I was blown away by that part, because I didn't know, like, I knew there was stuff in the books that wasn't in the movies, but I didn't know what it was. And that's, like, such a significant part, and I get why they didn't include it. I think it was ultimately the right decision, but it's such a significant part. It's a really cool part. What was, I feel like I was making some other point. But yeah, I guess all of that just to say, like, there's a lot of things that make Lord of the Rings hard to digest. Even with the foundation of knowing what everybody sounds like, and talks like, and looks like, it's still really difficult to piece certain things together. Even with the, like, visual foundations of, like, what places look like and what the basic chain of events is. And he has so many, like, geographical and military words that I have to, like, stop and look up because they fascinate me. But I definitely like Tolkien's prose style more than, like, I don't know, I guess I won't give a specific example, but just, I like it more than others I've read. But it's certainly not my favorite either, you know, it's somewhere in the middle. Probably closer to the top end, but I don't know. The style of writing that I really don't like is the, like, bestseller style of writing. Where it's just like, and then the guy went here, and then they did that thing, and then they went over here, and then they did this thing, and so-and-so was there, and there he was, and he was standing. You know, like the writing style of, like, Michael Crichton Jurassic Park. Like, it's a great story, but the writing is just so, like, uninspired. And like I don't want my book to be overly flowery and, like, unnecessarily verbose. But, like, give me something. You know, like, it's, like, so robotic and, like, not artistic feeling when you read it. And I associate that with authors who just write, like, hundreds and thousands of books. I'm sure there's some that are the exception, but... I mostly read modern-day middle-grade stuff where the prose is simpler and more straightforward. Yeah, I mean, I'm not ashamed to admit that my favorite fantasy author is still Brian Jakes, who technically wrote for young adults and children. That's still, like, my bar to clear for a fantasy book when I read a fantasy book. Because the cool thing about Brian Jakes is he describes what things look like and what they feel like and what they sound like and what they smell like. And it's amazing how many people create these really cool worlds, but they don't do a good job of describing what they look like. And they don't set the scene very well. Alright, little guy is all done. Cruised through that bottle pretty quick. Good job, man. Let me go set him down. And I'll be right back. What's up, Adrian? How you doing? Good afternoon to you as well. All right, I'm going to take a couple minutes to reset the room here, and we'll be back. All right, I'm back. Gonna have a quick little treat here for myself, and then we'll get back to tactics. That's a problem that you have describing things even when you have a clear mental image. Yeah, and it sounds really plain when you say it. It's like, oh, well, yeah, you can see it in your head, but everybody else can't. But it's actually a really difficult thing to continuously remind yourself of. It's really hard to, like, step outside of yourself and be like, wait, am I really describing this in such a way that people who aren't in my brain can see it? It's hard to continually push yourself out of your own brain far enough to be able to do that. You're more of a character psychology person, so your focus more on is what's going on mentally and emotionally. Yeah, and a lot of, like, it seems like that is, like, far and away not a standard thing for fantasy authors to focus on. And I always find myself wanting more of that too, you know? Like, I like large plots that are more about what all the characters are doing and how the pieces are moving on the chessboard versus these, like, really microcosmic kind of stories that are about, like, you know, the relationship between two people or something. I like the more grand, epic style of fantasy, but I still want to know what people are thinking and, like, you know, what did they think was going to happen versus what actually happened and how did that make them feel? Like, I'd love to know all of that stuff. And I guess, you know, you just have to draw the line somewhere, because it's like, how much time are you really going to spend on all that if your story is about all these, like, events rather than feelings? It's like, okay, well, we can put some of that in there, or, oh, we just have to push that aside because there's just so much more to tell. You know, I get that. You feel like the Green Rider strikes a good balance between the two. Is that that's a series? Okay, got you. Yeah, I need to read more books. I have fallen off of my book reading schedule since stopping working. Because my relationship with reading for the longest time was, okay, this is an activity that you do before bed and no other time. And I know that it doesn't have to be that way, but that was the most successful I was at getting myself to read semi-regularly. It's like, okay, it behooves me to go to bed early because I have to get up early for work. So, get ready for bed, go to bed, and read. You know, either to help myself wind down and get sleepier, distract my brain from whatever else it's focusing on that it doesn't need to focus on right now and focus on a story. You know, and I was reading pretty consistently. Like, I'm still a very slow reader. Like, I don't like reading fast. I like reading slow because I'm basically trying to watch a movie in my head. You know, I'm trying to give the characters faces and voices and, you know, draw their personalities and watch everything kind of unfold in real time. I don't like, I can read faster than I read, but I don't want to read that fast unless I'm reading, like, an article. You know, when I'm reading fantasy, I like to slow down. And I'm pretty much always reading fantasy. Or fiction, I guess I should say. So it takes me a long time to get through books, because I'm reading, like, you know, 1 to 2 chapters at a time before going to bed, and not most nights. But now I don't do that anymore. Because, I used to have to go to bed before the lady because I had to get up earlier than her. So she would just go to bed at the same time as me, earlier than she needed to because she loves going to bed. And she was trying to motivate herself to get her up earlier. So we'd kind of get in the bed, we'd have our lamps on, kind of the classic traditional marriage thing with, like, the 2 nightstands with the 2 lamps, and we're both sitting there reading our books. And it was really nice, but now we don't go to bed at the same time anymore. So if I want to read before bed, I have to, like, do it somewhere else, because she's already asleep. because I have to stay up to give the little guy his last bottle, and she's been asleep for like 2 or 3 hours by the time I go to sleep. So I'm not going to go in there and like turn my lamp on and wake her up to like sit there in bed and read. So I need to read somewhere else, and I just haven't established like a pattern. And the second best reading spot in the house is in Backlog Baby's room, and I can't read in there either after he goes to bed. So I need to make myself a new reading spot, I guess. That would probably help. But usually once everybody's asleep, it's like, okay, this is the time for me to like practice music or edit VODs, you know, before I like actually need to go to bed. So I haven't carved out my new reading schedule yet, and I need to do it. It's gonna happen at some point, but we're kind of in flux right now. Anyways, I'm ready to get back to tactics, so let's do that. Say goodbye to Fortune Street. And we'll get the PS2 back up. Come back over here. Welcome back, everybody. I accidentally, not discovered, I guess, but reminded myself that you can do this. You can zoom out and look at the whole map. I forgot you could do that. I just looked over and the screen looked like this, and I was like, oh, what happened? It's just L1 on the world map. Oh, you've got a Papazon to read in. Nice. Okay, we saved after doing the shops here and the equips. So we have rune blades now, and flash hats. Everything else is the same. We're gonna go to Trade City Zargidas and see what we can learn. Here we go. Gobi. Gobi's giving me a funny look. Nope. Mm-mm. Backlog Baby is an adorable nickname. Thank you. Glad you like it. Yo, Scoobs! Welcome in, dude. How you doing? How was Slay the Spire? Nice to see you, man. What's going on lately? How was the stream? Welcome in, everybody. Nice to see y'all. If you've never been here before, my name's Austin. Name of the channel is Backlog Boys. I'm a boy trying to clear his backlog. Everyone's welcome here. Everybody's one of the boys here, regardless of gender. I'm on a quest to make boys gender neutral, just like we have with, you know, hanging with the girlies and whatever other previously gendered words. I like how we're breaking some of those down. That's really fun. But what was going on today? How are y'all doing? Slay the Spire was short and sweet. Still trying to get through a Contra ROM hack. Wind it down with Spire. Nice. Yeah, guys, go follow Scuba Sol. Super chill vibes. Very interesting guy. Very talented guy. Has lots of cool perspective and knowledge to share. And I like hanging out over there. Back from a bit of a hiatus, if I'm not mistaken. Yo, and then Vicious coming in with the double raid. Thank you so much, Vicious. Welcome in. How are you? Nice to see ya. Were you playing more Fantasy Life today? My shout-out bot isn't going off for you. I apologize. Because we got doubled. But guys, go check out Vicious, too. We're playing some Final Fantasy Tactics today. I'm a big RPG person. That's kind of my bread and butter. I stream only first playthroughs on the channel, but I do RPG first playthroughs on Thursdays and Fridays. Same game. Back to back until I finish it. And then Tuesdays is kind of the everything else day where I'll play, you know, platformers, adventure games, maybe a shooter here and there. All kinds of different stuff. Anything can happen on a Tuesday. We're playing through Kirby's Dream Land right now, the trilogy 1, 2, 3. We're almost done with 2, and then we're going to go into 3, and then I'm going to be doing the original Star Fox on SNES and Star Fox 2 after that. Doing a little bit of a Super Nintendo journey, which is pretty fun. Discord picks all of my games. I have too many behind me to decide between, so I make Discord help me decide. So if you're interested in influencing what I play, you gotta be in my server. But it's a pretty chill server otherwise. And yeah, feed those hungry doggos, Scoobs. Thanks for coming through, man. Appreciate it, dude. You gotta take care of those doggos. I just fed mine. But yeah, that's pretty much what you can expect here. Scoob Saul's a musician. I'm a musician as well. We come from similar but different backgrounds. I'm an instrumentalist. I work on a bunch of different projects these days. Scoob Saul is a film and television composer. Very decorated and bedazzled at that. I have not done any of that. I've done some stuff that's gone into video games and trailers for video games, but no TV or film for me yet. Maybe someday. I have a video game cover band called Do a Barrel Roll, and I have some solo projects that I'm working on that I don't really have anything I can share with right now, but hopefully by the end of the year I will have some more to say about 2 different things that I'm working on. But yeah, if you've ever played any of the stuff that has been published during and post-pandemic by Apogee, you may have heard me playing some guitar. I've done a lot of stuff for their music department. Have a friend over there. Done some contractor work for them. It's a good time. But yeah, mainly play guitar. Also play keyboard in my video game band, primarily, and some guitar. Play bass. Play drums a little bit. I sing. An eclectic run of things. If you're into physical games, I have a big wall of physical games behind me. ! Backlog. If you want to be friends on Backlogged, or if you want to look at a colorful spreadsheet that I spend entirely too much time on, that'll show you what games I have. And we're going to get back into the story of tactics here. If you're worried about spoilers or anything, this is your warning. How was Oblivion Remake, Vicious? I know there's been a lot of chatter about the remake. It seems to be a little bit divisive amongst the fans, which I'm not a Elder Scrolls person, but based on what I know, the divisiveness makes sense. I'm very familiar with Oblivion memes and like the campy, janky nature of Oblivion, and that being part of the experience. So for some people, it's like, oh well, they fixed it. And some people like that they fixed it, and some people are like, they didn't need to fix it. It was so perfectly broken. And there's kind of a back and forth on that, which is interesting. You're enjoying it so far. Good to hear. It looks great. I've seen a lot of vertical slices of it on streams, so... Hey, yo, we talking Oblivion jank? Yeah, I'm a big fan. I really love that series of videos that those random guys did, where they were making fun of all the hilarious Oblivion jank. Most people's expectations for a Bethesda remaster were so low that people can't help but be pleased with it by default. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I know expectations are in the dumpster for a lot of those larger companies, and probably for remasters especially. They were probably smart not to announce it, you know? They just shadow dropped it. And I'm sure they figured, like, you know what? If we announce this, people are going to put all these expectations on it, and they're going to have time to, like, stew on it and ruminate and decide what they want it to be and what they don't want it to be. And then it's going to come out, and they're going to be like, this isn't what I wanted. So it's probably better to just make it behind closed doors and then just drop it. And they don't have time to form all of those expectations. So whoever made that decision was smart. The Skyrim remaster fixed no quest bugs at all. Yeah. Not much of a remaster, huh? Sounds like more of a port. Also, welcome in, D. Holmes. Nice to see you. Alright. Tactics time. So it looks like we're talking to Eris here. Looks like we have an Eris cameo. Would you like a flower? It's only 1 gil. What? Flowers? What's wrong? You've never seen a flower before? Of course. Won't you buy it? Of course I'll buy your flower for 1 gil. This is probably like a trap or something, but yeah, I'm gonna buy it. Alright, I'll buy it. Really? Thank you. But it was poisoned! In a place like this, not a lot of people buy flowers around here. When is my knight in shining armor going to take me away from here? Is this like exactly Eris's dialogue when Cloud buys the flower? Is that what's going on here? Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me for babbling. Thank you so much for buying the flower. Bye. It's just the day and age. Interesting. That's it? That's our only scene here? Okay, I have some thoughts about what just happened, but I don't want to say too much because it's like stuff that I guess shouldn't know since this is my first playthrough. I did not know about this cameo, but it makes sense based on the other cameo that I know about. So that's kind of what I was alluding to with what I just said, but I don't want to get into that because I'm too afraid that people will start like confirming things that I don't want to be confirmed, so I'm just going to leave all of that in my head. So let me just quickly write a note here. At Zargidas Fort's Trade City. We met a flower girl that is clearly a nod to Eris, and we bought a flower from her for 1 gil. So yeah, for anyone that's come through with raids or is new, I do incredibly insulated first playthroughs. So I don't allow any like outside resources other than like the game's original manual. I don't look anything up if I get stuck or if I'm curious. I don't let chat give me like tips or hints or strategies or fun facts or trivia or anything like that, because it often, while not intended to be nefarious, can lead me to knowing things that I wish I didn't know. So I just have kind of like a strict zero tolerance to prevent as much of that as possible. It's not that I don't like trivia. I love trivia. But it's just too hard to set the proper filter, because everybody's definition and boundaries for what's a spoiler is a little bit different. So it's easier to just go cold turkey for me. So we're going to save on slot 14 here. And we'll call this post Zargidas scene. All right, and now we're gonna move on to Germanus Peak. Too bad we're not wearing our Germanus boots. I do like how a lot of the items are tied to places, though. All right, I want to make sure everybody's equipment and skills are set, because this is probably going to be a battle. Looks good. All right, here we go. Germanus Peak. Battle time. And we have to split into 2. So we like to send Roberto and Matsuo with Ramza. And then we send the ladies together. Germanus Peak. Oh, my neck is still hurting me, but starting to let up a little bit more. Pretty brutal. It's taken my breath away a couple of times. If you want to pass, leave your money. And get your hand off of that sword if you want to live. Boss, this guy's wanted. Yeah, with a huge bounty. Maybe it's better to kill him and get the reward than take their money now. Yeah, I saw his face on a wanted poster. We're no bounty hunters, but what the hell? Let's kill him for the gill. Alright, so this is like basically a random encounter. Not super prevalent to the story, just a little bit of world building. Everyone hates us, everyone wants us to die. Yo, what's up, hot dog? How you doing? Thank you. This is a Backlog Boys shirt. You can just immediately pivot into shill mode. If you would like to buy this shirt, you can buy this shirt. Let's see, Matsuo. Why does it look like Matsuo is hasted? Hold on. Matsuo has haste? Does Excalibur give haste? Oh my god. In addition to being unbelievably powerful, it also grants haste. So even though Matsuo has a speed of 9, he's going to be super fast now. Oh my god, we're going to be so unstoppable. So all 3 of our physical people are basically always going to go first now. Alright, let's take a look here. So we can reach the boss on top, we can reach the thief on the side, and then can Veronica reach this other one? Can reach the archer from the front. I guess that's what we'll go for. Alright, who's got the most HP? You got 271, you got 292. We'll go for the guy with 292. Yeah, even if you don't buy anything, I would love if y'all took a look at the Backlog Boys merch collection. Lazy Luca and I worked really, really hard on that stuff. Devastating damage. Not quite enough for a kill. But I would love it if you just took a look at the designs that we put together. There's a lot of really fun stuff, and this shirt is one of them. It's an all-over print we call soft paint. And the garment that it's printed on is like a really, like, kind of slightly stretchy, slightly moisture-wicking, kind of like athletic-y material. So it's really nice for like super hot weather. And I'm a big fan of it. Designed by our very own Lazy Luca. Alright, no kills, unfortunately, but some really big damage. Get Hamatoed. Yes! Get out of here, bro. So dead. Alright, Roberto. Can move Roberto up a little bit. And start singing. I'm gonna go for Battle Song, actually. Instead of speed, because our speed is already just kind of Van Halen Unchained. Oh, he's got samurai skills. Interesting. He used slow on the character with haste. Wonder if that was like high priority for his AI type or just bad luck. You're gonna try to charm Veronica? Ah, you were successful. Darn. You're just defending. You're charging. You're running away. Alright, Salome. I don't think Salome's going to be able to get in position to shoot anyone, but I'm still going to move her closer. And we'll take a look. Yeah, I can't shoot anybody. So we will instead do slow dance. All right, Ramza. Can you take this guy out before he gets his turn? Let's take a look at the AT really quick. This is Garcia. All right, yeah, we should just go for it. Should have perfect accuracy. Maybe we can knock him off the mountain, get some fall damage. Hopefully it happens on the second hit. Oh! Oh! 294 damage. Alright, Veronica, don't be annoying, please. You gonna attack Salome? Probably. Oh, you're gonna attack Ramza. Oh no, you're getting Hamedoed. Well, you're probably dead. That's one way to deal with a charmed character. Ramza got the physical attack boost. Alright, let's bring Roberto up here and we'll see if we can get a raise 2 on Veronica. 60%, that blows. Can get Salome up there with a Phoenix down if not. Alright, that was a solid slow dance. Only missed one of them. You're gonna try to charm Salome? Yep. Please no. Oh my god. How handsome is this Davis guy? Unbelievable. Okay, well I should be able to just take this guy out with an elemental, since I can't reach anyone directly. So we'll just come down here. Get rid of this guy. Oh no, he's hot. Yeah. That's what's happening. Okay, Ramza, you need to get rid of this guy. I'll go over here. Get wrecked. Alright, what are you going to do, Salome? You going to back up and shoot Ramza? Oh, you're going to revive the handsome guy. Wow, he's really got his hooks in. Alright, hopefully this lands. Come on, Roberto. Nice. Alright, Veronica's back. I don't think we have a way to get rid of Charm. Yeah, Suna doesn't get rid of it. And the item user is the one that's charmed, so. I don't think a physical attack will break Charm. And even if it could, I can't reach her. Roberto would be the one to do it with because he heals. And I don't think it's worth me trying to cast Holy to kill this guy. So, I guess I will just do another song here. We can do Cheer this time. I should be able to reach this guy, right? Yeah. Okay, what's the AT look like? How do I want to do this? So Ramza or Veronica needs to take out Davis before he can try to charm another lady. Ramza hits harder, so I'll send Ramza down there, and then Veronica can reach him, no problem. Okay, that's what we'll do. So you come down here. Can attack this guy. Not quite dead. Okay, Veronica, you gotta get rid of this guy. Get out of here. Okay, Matsuo's back with haste. That's fine. Okay, so are you gonna try to revive him again? Yep. God, just wasting our Phoenix Downs. Damn it, Salome. Berto, you can just keep doing what you're doing, that's fine. Okay, Matsuo, why don't you just go take this guy out? And Veronica, you can take this guy out. I don't know how to attack this guy. Guess I could just throw a shuriken at him. What's my accuracy looking like? It's not a kill. What's the accuracy? 70 something? 76? What if I go up here? I think it's too high to attack. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, cool. Get wrecked. Yeah. We got an ad coming up. Let me get a prediction open here for us. Haven't done one yet today. This is our first prediction with the new matchup as well. So Ness versus Mario. 2 minutes if you'd like to make a wager. Ness is currently leading 2-0. Feather boots. Nice. Hello? Yo, Ross! Welcome in. How are you today? How is Harvestella? Harvestella enjoyers, rise the heck up. Harvestella is a good game. It is fun. It is cozy. And more people should be checking it out. If you like classic, like PS2 dungeon crawlers, like Dark Cloud and Dot Hack, you should be playing Harvestella. Completed Chapter 7. Endgame is in sight. Nice. Oolong, welcome in. Creative Waste, welcome in. Mama Turtle Bear, welcome in. Great to see all of you. How are you all today? We are playing Final Fantasy Tactics. I am nursing a sore neck that has me a little bit hamstrung. But we're having a great time. I'm really far in this game, so if you're worried about spoilers or anything, I won't be offended if you need to run away and shield your eyes. But always, love it if you can stay. Ross, if you need to do post-stream stuff, obviously, take care of yourself. You've never played Tactics, but it's one of those FF games that everyone seems to love. Yeah, and this is a first playthrough for me as well, Ross. So I can see why there's so much to love here. This is like very much my jam mechanically. I've played Tactics Advance, so there's a lot of translatable skill, even going backwards to the earlier game. But this is like a glaring hole in my Final Fantasy fandom. I'm a huge Final Fantasy fan, but I've never completed this one, so I feel like I'm compelled to do so. I technically have nostalgia for this game because we did play it back in the day, but we didn't get anywhere in it because it was way over our heads, and it's a pretty hard game. So we got bodied pretty early on, but we still thought it was really cool. We didn't like get mad. We were just like, well, guess we're not good enough, and moved on to something else. How How's baby doing today? He's doing great. He's currently taking a little cat nap. He's in that phase where instead of taking like a bunch of, or like a handful of long naps and like sleeping most of the day, he does just like little cat naps here and there. So he's got a playpen that he can sleep in, so he can just like play and then just nap right where he is, and then he can wake up and he's ready to play, instead of like me having to go in there and like move him to the crib when he's sleepy, and then when he wakes up go and move him back to the playpen so that he can do the things that he wants to do. He's a very malleable and easy little guy, and we love him for that. No driving though yet. He does have a bouncer thing we put him in that we call the spaceship. He's pretty good at driving that thing. But yeah, Tactics is great. If you're whether or not you're a Final Fantasy fan, I would recommend it, because you don't really, I don't think you need to be a fan of Final Fantasy to enjoy this game. I think there's a lot of people that only have played this game and they don't really care about the rest of Final Fantasy. Like, it's so far removed in like just about any way. Like, it's not written by any of the same people. It has totally different gameplay, and even like the like borrowed elements of like certain creatures and things like that is like so minimal that I really don't think that it like super enhances it. You know, like this is basically like, this is as much of a Final Fantasy game as, you know, Final Fantasy Adventure and Final Fantasy Legend. Like, those are actually things that went on to be other series, but they named it Final Fantasy to like gateway fans of the series into something a little bit different. And they kind of did the same thing with this, because they saw the guy who made Tactics Ogre, and they were like, hey, we really like this game, come over here and do that, but let us call it Final Fantasy, you know, and then just do your thing. And they were like, okay. And that's basically what we got. Like, the Final Fantasy label doesn't hurt the game in any way, but I really don't think it's like a necessary component at all. It's just a way to, like, marketing wise get their foot in the door. Because it's so different. Like, there's no other Final Fantasy game that has a story like this except for 12, you know, because it's made by the same person. This person did eventually get their own Final Fantasy later on. But, you know, no other Final Fantasy game really has a story like this, where it's this kind of like low fantasy geopolitical thing. And it's very dense, it's very complex. But mechanically, you know, it's obviously its own thing, because it's not a turn-based RPG or an action RPG, it's a tactical RPG. But if you like job systems, and if you like messing around with like customizable mechanics and like builds of your characters, this is a must play, because that's pretty much what the whole gameplay loop is predicated upon, is like experimentation, testing, optimization, responding to different situations, you know. And then if narratively you really like geopolitical low fantasy, it's also a must play. And I like both of those things, so I'm having a great time. Yeah, people have been begging for a sequel or another, because for a lot of people, Tactics Advance and Tactics Advance 2 is quote-unquote not it, because they're like a lot different. Yeah. Why won't Automod let me let that through? Sorry, Ross. I got your message. I have Automod on just so that I can like see swear words before I let them into chat. I'm totally fine with swears in my chat. I just like to see them first to make sure they're not nefarious. I don't swear on stream because I have friends that watch me that have young kids that might be in earshot, but I don't shy away from swearing like in my waking life or anything. I just don't do it on stream. So it makes a lot of people who only know me on Twitch think that I'm this like squeaky clean guy, but I just my streams are family friendly. But yeah, yeah. Check it out. Sign yourself up. Mechanically, Tactics Advance, and I'm assuming Tactics Advance 2, but I haven't played Advance 2 yet, are the same. More of the same. And even more. Tactics Advance, you can do more mechanically. Oh, we're in an ad. Okay, I have to switch over. You're going to see a Smash Bros. Fight. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Thanks for the raids and being here.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Ness.
All right, we're back. Ness wins another one. I feel like my prediction for this matchup is coming true. Because melee-wise, Ness is pretty similar to Mario as far as what he can do close quarters, but then he has the range moves that Mario doesn't have on top of that. So I feel like this is a very poor matchup for Mario. For those of you that are new, this is just what we do during ads. We have two Smash Bros. 64 CPUs face off against each other. And they face off for 11 rounds, and then we switch to a new matchup of characters. And we're going to do this for every single possible matchup. There are 66 possible matchups. We're on number 30 right now, so we're approaching the halfway point. If you'd like to pick which characters fight next, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. But yeah, at the end, we're gonna make a Smash Bros. 64 tier list, our own internal Backlog Boys tier list, and then we're gonna do like a seeded tournament bracket as a special on-stream event. Anyways, let's get back over here. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Sorry about that. I got one snooze when the raid came in, but I didn't get another. You didn't know Tactics Advance 2 existed? Yeah, it was a fairly late DS game, so that makes sense. But yeah, the tone of the narrative in Advance and Advance 2 are very different than the tone of the narrative in this game, and I think that was what was missing for a lot of fans of this game. Mechanically, it's very faithful and the same. But yeah, there's also Revenant Wings, which a lot of people don't like. I want to play that one at some point. I have it right behind me. The only FF games you found on DS were 3, 4, and Revenant Wings. Yeah, there's also 4 Heroes of Light Halo Killer, Advance 2, and what's the other one? Oh, there's the 2 Crystal Chronicles games. Ring of Fates is one that I'm a big fan of. Crystal Chronicles Ring of Fates is like a really fun, like, dungeon crawler action RPG for the DS. Good stuff. You love Revenant Wings. Nice. You're glad the FF series did dip into the tactical RPG style. Welcome in, cream of the crop. Yeah, I think a lot of people are. I'm a big fan of this style of gameplay as well. I have a lot of other tactical RPGs on my backlog that I'd like to play, and I have intentionally gate-kept them all behind this game, because this game has felt like such a important, seminal game for me personally, and like a glaring hole in my fandom. I was like, I have an itch to play a tactical game, and I need to use that on Final Fantasy Tactics, and not let myself give in to the impulse to play any of the other tactical games on my backlog. So after finishing this game, it'll kind of like open up this subgenre in my backlog, because I have all these other tactical RPGs that I want to play that I have intentionally not allowed myself to play yet until doing this one. And I've been waiting for this game to win a Discord poll for literally 3.5 years. So we're finally there. You got introduced to this when it was released on GBA. Okay, so you played Tactics Advance. Gotcha. Yeah, I played Tactics Advance first as well. I knew about this game, and I technically played a little bit of it when it came out, but it was too hard for me and my friends. We didn't get anywhere in it. Tactics Advance, I played probably 200 hours, 160 hours or something like that. I did all the side missions, got completely overpowered, did grinding and everything. I loved that game. Got super into the mechanics. I thought the story was good. I can see why people don't like it when they compare it to this game, because it's completely different, very different vibes. So you know, but you know, it's not called Final Fantasy Tactics 2 for a reason. People get really caught up on that stuff in the same way that Chrono Cross isn't Chrono Trigger 2, but people judge it as if it is Chrono Trigger 2. You know, that stuff kind of annoys me. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to go move Backlog Baby. He is asking to be moved to a sleepy time place. All right, now he can really nap. He said, hey, I don't want a cat nap this time. I want a full-blown nap. So get in here, Dad. Turn the lights off. Put me in my spot. So that's what I did. All right. I think before I move on to Poescus Lake, I want to really quickly go back and just see what the flower girl says if I say no. Just out of curiosity. Like, obviously the canonical choice is to buy the flower. But I just want to, you know, because it won't really cost us a lot time-wise, I want to see. And because we cascade our save, we can easily do that. So we're going to go back to file 13 really quick. It's hard to tell because you fight so many random fights, but how many main story fights have I done at this point? I don't know the exact number, Halo Killer, unfortunately. I will be numbering them as I go through the VODs to edit the VODs. But I've only edited like the first 3, or not edited. I shouldn't say edited. I'm not editing the VODs at all. I just timestamp them. But I've only done like the first 3 VODs for timestamps. And I think at that point I'd only done like 2 or 3 story fights. But I will be numbering them in the timestamps to keep it spoiler free. You've never seen a flower before? All right, let's see what she says if we say no to buying her flower for 1 gil. Sorry, not this time. All right, that's okay. And then she just walks away. Oh, I feel bad now. That's it, huh? Okay. It might have bearing on something. I doubt we're going to see that character again, but we might. Let me see if they show up in the person record. No flower girl in here, right? That would be wild. Usually, if a character doesn't have a name and they're just called, like, you know, Holy Knight or whatever, they don't show up in here, so. Okay. I just wanted to see that. I just wanted to see if anything significant happened. We're going to go back to our main save now. We're going to go back to slot 14. But I do want to go back into that menu and see if the flower is in our treasure menu. That would be very funny. You never know. All right, file 14. We're in July now on the calendar. I still don't know what the calendar does in this game, and I don't want to know. Don't tell me. I have a couple of theories about what it does, but I don't want to speak them into existence. No flower. All right. Wait. Oh, we didn't save after after Germanus Peak? Oh no. We're gonna have to do that fight again. Wait, am I... Hold on, did we save in slot 15 and I forgot to write it down? Oh no, okay. I'm an idiot. I forgot to save after that last fight. We're gonna have to do it again. It was super easy and fast, so I'm not that worried about it, but... That's kind of annoying. Sorry, y'all. The boys... The girls. Maybe we can avoid getting charmed by the handsome thief this time. Like 3 times and have to revive somebody. Not a big deal. Really. So everybody knows who we are. Even the lowest of the low know who they are, and they all want to take a crack at trying to kill us to get the reward money. I'm assuming the reward money is from the church, but I guess there could be a bunch of people with bounties on us at this point. Alright, we know that Matsuo does less damage than Ramza, so let's send him up here. And we'll send Ramza over here. No thief. Attack this guy right in the face. Just like last time. Werner. What a name for a... Oh, he just threw a spear at me. Jesus. That was a lot. Can I cure her from here? Yes, I can, but how long does this take to go off? A while. Ugh, Roberto, you're too slow, man. Yeah, they all get to go right after this, so there's just not really anything I can do to keep her out of kill range. Let's just do Life Song, I guess. You gonna charm? Throw stone. Fine with throw stone. He's gonna go after Veronica. Oh, or he's gonna do nothing. Okay, that's surprising. You're gonna heal the ninja. Alright, maybe Veronica will be okay then. Because the other archer is the only one who can attack her, and I don't think he can kill. He'll do like less than 100 probably. Yeah. Alright, nice. We can move Salome in and just do a big X potion here. Beautiful. What if she Hamedo'd the X potion? I know that's not how it works, but it's just so funny to imagine. Thought you could get me. Wait, no! If I had to ballpark and wager a guess on how many story fights we've done Halo Killer, it's probably like over 12, maybe 15, you know, something like that. Let's see. Stand right here on this little spot and take this guy out. And then Ramza. Probably gonna have to take this guy out. Nice. Just go right here. God, we are cooking these guys. Is it worth going for a holy? Nah. Just keep singing, Roberto. Draw a little aggro. Keep Veronica topped off. Oh, you're gonna try to charm Salome? Wow, congratulations. Looks like we got a handsome archer to deal with as well. that. And then we move down here. Matsuo don't jump so good, so his movement's a little hampered on this map. Can you reach this guy? We should be able to attack from a height of 2. Yeah. Oh! Darn. 10% dodge. That blows. Alright, we'll get rid of this guy. Alright, Salom's probably going to waste a Phoenix down here and revive one of these losers. Yep. Maybe we can get out of here with only one Phoenix down wasted, and we'll be slightly ahead from last time. Nice. Good job, Veronica. He's going to try to run away. I don't know what to have Roberto do, honestly. He can just stay right here. I don't think we even need him to move to open up that spot for an attack point. Alright, Matsuo can take that guy out, and he can't get to the other guy, so that makes that easy. And hopefully we can get rid of the other guy before Salome gets another turn. Yeah, we got Ramza here. Should be able to just take him out outright here. He's got a chance to dodge, but... There we go. He wasn't so lucky this time. Okay, and we'll remember to save this time. Sorry about that. Luckily, that's an incredibly quick and easy fight to redo. And we got our feather boots again. It's probably a fixed drop. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and write it down now. SS15. Alright, we go to data. We go to save. File 15. So this is the post-Germanus battle. I think the feather boots are auto float, but let me double check. Yeah, auto float. Could definitely be important. It's nice to have just a random pair of those. Feather boots, what sucks is they're always the auto-equip. Oh, yeah, that is annoying. At least I'm used to that never making the decision that I want. So I can at least have that reflex already established. Alright, so now we're going to go to Poescus Lake. Yeah, that's so annoying. Certainly the nature of the beast. Oh. Getting some good cracks. It's starting to open up. Whew. Poescus Lake, or it may just be Poscus or Pescus. Or Pescus. Sometimes OE is pronounced like a long A. This would be a good one to look at War of the Lions for. Everyone's floating in this battle. Interesting. Oh, they're ghosts. Who disturbs our sleep? You have the Zodiac Stones. Then hand it over. With that, we can go to a higher dimension. Interesting. Float is such a specific thing. Like, earth magic is not really super pervasive in any Final Fantasy game. So it's interesting that they have a specific status for avoiding earth things. Because, like, there are items here and there where you can absorb fire, or you can absorb ice, you know, and then you have, like, coral swords and coral armor that can, or rings or whatever, that can absorb lightning. But there's no other status condition, or, like, a buff that's dedicated to making you immune to a certain element. Float is the only one. It's really interesting. Okay, who gets to go? The 3 physicals. We love it. Everybody's pretty far away. So... Alright, so we'll have Veronica go to the right after this ghost. She might be able to attack him from the side, but I'm worried that she won't, so I'll probably go head on. And I'll send Matsuo right up the gut, so he can be the sponge. So Matsuo, you can just head right up here. And maybe we can throw something out here. Oh, this must be an earth spell. And I just happen to be casting earth and I can't hit them. That's too bad. So this is where we would wish we had Squire skills to accumulate or something instead. Whatever. Alright, Ramza, you're going to go here for accuracy. Wait. My blood sword did damage to me. We can't attack these things with the blood sword. Interesting. I swear we have fought these guys with the blood sword before, and maybe we just didn't run into that situation before? I don't remember that being an interaction with the blood sword in other games, but maybe it was. I haven't used the blood sword a ton in the games that it's in. Okay, Berserk wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Roberto, you can just stay right here. We'll go life. Get Hamado'd. Oh. I can't Hamado that. Nice dodge. He's gonna try... Oh, he's gonna hit Roberto. Alright, Alice. I'm a little bit worried about you. You're going after Veronica, too. Okay, Veronica's in the firing zone. It's tempting to have Salome take this guy out with a gunshot, but it's also tempting to hit Ramza with an X potion. What do we got here? Ramza's going to get his turn, but Ramza's not going to be able to heal himself on his turn. Because he's got to get up to a human character. So yeah, maybe I'll fall back with Matsuo and have Matsuo take care of this guy. I think that's what I'll do. So Salome, come over here and give Ramza a X potion, would you please? So now we know, don't use the blood sword on undead people. So that could be something that we change when we have a rematch with the Marquis. I'm just going to write down really quick here some notes about the last battle. At Germanus Peak, a group of rogues recognize Ramza and try to take him down for the reward. And then at Pescus Lake, a group of floating ghosts want to steal our zodiac stones, plural in parentheses. And then I'm going to also note with a star, because this is like more of a mechanical thing, the blood sword has the opposite effect against undead enemies. Okay. Now Ramza's good to move forward. We can have him come up here and scream. Haven't had a nice scream in a while. Wouldn't we all love an ice cream? I love ice cream. Okay, and then Veronica is like in major danger over here. I'm wondering if it's worth me trying to move out of firing range or not, but I'm worried that I'm just gonna put Roberto in danger as well. So maybe I should just go over here and start coming up the back door. I can also have her accumulate, which is probably a good idea. So I think I'm gonna have her just tank this this summon that she's about to get hit with, and hope that she can make it up there in time to get some stuff done. She's kind of on her own out there. I could try to move closer to her with Roberto and cast Cure, but I think it's probably better for Roberto to hang back and just keep throwing out Life Song. Not too worried about this encounter. Odin! Well, we haven't seen Odin yet, I don't think. Horsey. Is this instant death? No, 100 damage. Maybe there's a chance of instant death, I guess. That's like hidden. Sometimes Odin does damage, and sometimes Odin is instant death. Depends on the game. And sometimes there's both. Oh, I didn't even notice Matsuo went over 400. That's a first. Alright, let's hit this Oracle super hard. Beautiful. So I'm wondering if I go after this guy as Ramza, I would like to know if the Blood Sword heals him as well because he's a ghost, or if it only works for these like ghost specific enemies. I would like to know, but I don't know if now is the right time to test it. Could also just throw a shuriken and then move, which is kind of cool. So we'll do that. Get up here, make these archers back up. Probably won't get a Hamedo, but okay, they're focusing on Veronica. Nice dodge, Veronica. Very well done. Oh yeah, that was one of my worst. That was one of my least favorite things in Skies of Arcadia. Is there was a lot of instant death stuff. I really didn't like how they did boss AI in that game either. Well, this kind of sucks. I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything over here. But I guess I could go all the way around. Now that I've forced them to go that way. That might actually be kind of cool. And we can accumulate again. Sloam, you can move up, and you can start dancing. Maybe slow him down a little bit. And Roberto, you can move up, but not too close to Veronica, because I think she's getting summoned at again. Wait, no. Ah, dang it. I should have just hit wait. Nice dodge, Ramza. Okay, Rama this time. That's not a big deal. Maybe she's out of MP. So yeah, we put Ramza into that by moving Veronica. 229. Okay, I was wrong about that. Holy moly. 229 is massive. Alright, Matsuo, get up there. See if you can draw some aggro. What do we got here? Must be another earth spell. Or maybe no geomancy works on someone that's floating. Maybe that's making it a little bit higher value. Oh, and I did the wrong song, too. How did that happen? Some bosses could actually be hit with Petrify and other debuffs. That's another thing that I really get annoyed with in RPGs, too, is like, there's enough RPGs where you can't use debuffs or, like, instant death on bosses, so you get trained to, like, never try it. And there's no way that the game doesn't explicitly telegraph to you, like, hey, this is a boss that actually can have status used on it, right? Because that would be counterintuitive to the design. So you have to just, you have to just try it on every single boss to find out if there happens to be one that's susceptible to it. And I just can't be bothered. Alright, we got to get rid of this summoner, so I'm going to go after her. Alright, Summoner's gone. That should make this pretty easy. Let's see if we can raise 2 Ramza. %, that's pretty good. Salome, you can make your way a little bit closer. And I'm gonna have her stop dancing. You can just take this shot that you'll miss. Because that's the only way to get you to stop dancing. Right, and just because they're susceptible to one debuff doesn't mean they're susceptible to the others. You know, it could be 1 out of 15 debuffs. So, like, are you going to go through and try every single one on, like, a vanilla playthrough? Doubt it. Okay, I don't know what you're cooking up here, but I don't like it. Get wrecked. Man, you take so much more damage when you're charging. It's wild, actually. Oh, hey, a treasure box. Maybe we'll go get that. I'm not going to wait around for treasure boxes, but if they're on the field, I'll go get them. All right, nice. Rams is up. I don't think Roberto's going to be the one to go get that treasure box. He's probably too far away, but I'll start sending him that way and see what happens. And why don't you hit us with a song, my man? Okay, Ramza can get pretty close to this treasure box. Send him down there. Do a scream. Oh man, there's just like I can feel like a couple of more spots that if they pop, I would be at 100%. I love that I can stand on this little Steely Dan peg right here. I don't know what to do with Veronica. I might be able to throw, I guess, from right here. We can try that. No. Alright. Don't need to farm JP, so we can just wait. Salome, can you shoot from here? Yes, you can. Thief all their items. What's going on, Mez? How you doing? Well, I wanted to get this chest, but they really want me to kill this guy before getting it. But I'll wait for it. You're good. Good to hear you're good. I'm doing well also. I'm dealing with a stiff neck, but otherwise having a great day. You're lost in the fantasy life sauce. I am looking forward to being lost. More lost in that sauce. An antidote? I wasted all this time for an antidote? Oh, I'm so pissed. Die to my shuriken in the back. Set me free. But you are free. You just have to shift your perspective, Mez. You've been freed by the beauty of fantasy life. It's like, oh no, I'm in heaven. All I can do is jump around and bounce on clouds every day. Oh no, I'm trapped. Help, I'm trapped in the best place ever. I can't get out to do mediocre things anymore. Oh, we're getting a post-battle scene. Who is that? Rofel. I see you have no intention of agreeing with our arbitration. That's right. His Excellencies wish to unify the kingdoms. Rather, until King Orinus is recognized as the true king, we won't stop fighting. As long as the Beowulfs live, we won't give up. Who do you think let you assassinate Duke Larg? Oh, so he knows. What a thing to say. Larg was killed by someone sent by the Nanten. Okay, hold on. Let's write. After the Pescus battle, we see Daisadarg meeting with a man named Rofel. He implicates that Daisadarg was allowed to kill Larg. But Dysadarg insists that a member of the... I'm going to use every color on this section. Non-10 carried out the act. Now it's hard to say here, like he could be insinuating this like sarcastically. Like, oh, what a thing to say. We know that somebody from the non-10 killed Larg. You know, he could be saying it like that. We don't really know. Alright, moving on. Or are you saying you sent the assassin? So, you're definitely not going to cooperate? If we wanted to, we could easily beat you. Don't forget that. Us? Do you remember what the poison was that took out the Hokuten? I think it was extracted from moss fungus. Right. Unless you take large doses, it won't kill you. But even small amounts over a long time can be deadly. Over time, you develop symptoms similar to a cold. You're not fully aware of your condition until it's too late. Didn't your father die from cold complications? That is spicy. What are you saying? I heard you know a lot about poison. So, what are you saying? Hey, Street. If you bury a body with moss fungus, the moss fungus begins to grow out of the body. Did you know that? Such trivial things. Oh yeah, I've got something for you from the High Priest. A green stone. What's this? It's a holy zodiac stone from Morond. He'd like you to have this to show his trust in you. Salbag. Ooh, that was super juicy. Holy moly. Okay, we got a lot to write about what just happened. Rofel turns the initiative on Dysadarg with a very subtle blackmail. They speak about the moss fungus poison. I can't spell. Poison that was used on the Hokuten and remarks how suspiciously informed Dysadarg is with the poison's finer functions. Rolful describes how the poison can be used long term to make it appear as if someone died of a cold, and then notes how Balbinus died in just such a way. He doesn't implicate him directly, but with this, Rolful essentially lets Dysadarg know that it is known that he killed his father. So that basically all but confirms that. That was speculated up to this point. And I guess it's still technically not confirmed, but I feel that's like all but confirmation. You know, they definitely want us to believe that he did that. And then, we're not done yet, but I need to flip over to a new page. Roful presents Dysadarg with a green Zodiac Stone, saying it is a gift from the High Priest in Morond, but clearly this is also insurance / blackmail that ensures that the church has a certain level of control over Dysadarg / Hokuten / House Beowulf. And then our final thing to note, Zalbag was eavesdropping on the exchange between Rolful and Dysadarg. Okay, I need to run an ad. This will be the last one of the day. I don't have time for a prediction. I apologize. But I do need to pay out the last one. Everybody believed in Ness. You were correct. Congratulations, you get your points back. We're going to switch over to another one real quick. I'll be back in 3 minutes with our final hour of stream. We're going to be heading right into Limberry Castle and find out what's in store for us here. This is undoubtedly going to be spicy. We're also going to go into the person record, Al-Islam's record, for a quick moment when we get back from the ad before we jump into the next story stuff. I'll be right back. Thanks for being here.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Ness.
All right, welcome back. Ness is on a hot streak, y'all. No KOs. That's weird. Oh, wait, no. It was just the score was 0-0. They fell off. I see. So it went to sudden death. Ness is up 4-0 after 4 rounds. Still 7 more to go. And we're back. Okay, we're going to take a quick peek at Al-Islam's record. I wanted to see if the newly mentioned Zodiac Stone showed up here. It did not. But that makes sense, because it wasn't named. But I do want to look up Rofel in here and see if anything changed with Daisadarg and Zalbag. Nope. Okay, how about... Where's Rofel? There he is. Temple Knight of the Moran Glabados Church. Under the orders of Vormov, he goes to Igros to form an alliance with Duke Daisadarg. One of the few men that knows about Vormov's strategies. Okay. So, okay, a couple things I want to write down here. So, Rofel works under Vormov. That's very important to note because Vormov's plan seems to live outside of the church's plan. Like, they're part of the church, they're temple knights or holy knights or whatever, but Vormov has other plans. It seems very clear. Because we are currently led to believe that he has either made an allyship with Lucavi, who is basically this universe's Satan, or he has become him. So, if this guy is like his second in command, that makes him kind of a double agent as well. Like he's clearly under the pretext of working for the church. He was appearing in front of Daisadarg as an arm of the church, but he might have other ulterior motives as well. Like giving Daisadarg the stone could have actually been Vormov's idea and not Daisadarg's, or not the church's idea. The church wants all the stones. So I don't think the church would actually want someone from House Beowulf to have the Zodiac Stone. It might be a disruption tactic on Vormov's authority. So let's see. He works under Vormov and may be working as a double agent for and against Glabados Church. And then I'm just going to write this down just to remind myself what I'm thinking here, because I might not think it again later. Was giving the green Zodiac Stone to Daisadarg Vormov's idea that would potentially make more sense than him being given it by the church. Who would presumably want to hoard them. I guess one thing that we don't know is there's this kind of legend that the Zodiac Stones kind of have like a, you know, a Dragon Ball like function where something happens when they're all assembled together. But we also know that they have power to do things all by themselves. So it could be that the legend about getting them all collected together isn't actually true. Or, you know, there's just dual function. We don't really know. We know a lot of the things from that original legend aren't true, so now doubt has been cast on every aspect of it. Okay, I don't think we have anything else to review in here, so now we can move forward. Let's see what happens at Limberry. Are we going to see Marquis Elmdor again? If we do... Actually, I should save again after that scene, because I don't think I did. Yeah. So, are we back on slot 1 now? Yes. Yes, we are. Alright, all the way back up to slot 1. So we'll call this post Pescus fight and Igros scene. Pre-Limberry. This could be a hard fight, and it could be one that we would need to reset and reconfigure a lot for, so this is a very important save point to have. But let's just see. At the gate of Limberry Castle. It's weird when it gives us these, but it's not a choice. I'm not sure what the point of that is. The entrance to a white castle, also known as the Castle of Chalk, because of its color, but many scars of the 50-Year War are seen throughout. It's kind of neat that we get a little flavor text, though. Forgot to do that on the south and north fights. Well, actually, I think we did do it early on. Let's just see what we got here. We'll just assume that our current unstoppable build is what we want. But we may want to remove the blood sword from Ramza if we have a bunch of undeads. But this would be a good opportunity for us to find out if it functions the same way. Nobody here. Are these ruins really deserted? The entrance is open. Why are these ruins? Something's not right. This feels like the time I faced Queclane and Velius. Welcome to Limberry Castle. Oh, there they are! We've been waiting for you. We have a warm welcome for you. The two dangerous ladies are back. We'll burn you to death, so don't run away. Oh. Damn, a trap. But no Marquis Elmdor? Just some gargoyles? I appreciate a dangerous woman. Don't we all, SNES? Alright, who gets to go? Everybody, except Salome. Okay. So we're much stronger than the last time we fought against Led and Celia. But they are still very scary. Like, very scary. And they've definitely beefed up a little bit as well. The main problem is that they have instant death, and they have a couple of other status effects that are 100% accurate. These guys don't really look that troublesome So we would probably have to focus on the assassins first. The other thing is, the last time we faced them, we didn't actually have to beat them. We just had to get them to... We had to get one of them to low health, and then the battle was over. So it was easier to overcome in that regard as well. Matsuo going here will probably stop these guys from being able to come down. Oh no, that one can jump really far. There's a couple different ways you could do this. You could try to stop... It seems like one of the good strategies would be to prevent the gargoyles from coming down up front. And kind of squad up and make them come to you. So we'd have to put somebody right here. And somebody right here. Well, Matsuo makes a great doorstop. That's kind of his role. But we don't really have another character that works well for this purpose. Petrify would be fantastic. We did not get it. Let's see. Ramza can't get to anybody, so it's probably best to try to have him fall back and scream to keep everybody together. I don't love this, but there's a good chance that we reset and do this fight a bunch of times anyway, so I'm fine with just kind of flying by the seat of my pants here and gathering some data. We could send Veronica up here, but it's probably better to go right here and accumulate and let Matsuo be a doorstop. And then Roberto is definitely going to sing for speed. Alright, let's see what they do here. She's defending. She's probably out of range. But Led is not. Okay, so she's going to get the free stop here on Ramza. That's disastrous. I don't think we have an item that can remove stop. I think even if we had access to Remedy, it doesn't do that. I can shoot you from here, though. That's pretty great. So I should just take that opportunity. I think that's better than going for a slow dance. Because hard and fast is definitely going to be the MO against these assassins. We can slow down and be more defensive once they're gone, and it's just the gargoyles, but... Apanda. What a weird name for a monster class. So they have some kind of AoE magic. I think I saw it was bio. So I guess grouping up might be a bad idea. Oh, that one's for Petrify. Very low chance, but still dangerous. Hey, Lisa, how are you? What's going on? Alright, so they're running away from Matsuo. That's kind of interesting. Do I want to just try to hit her in the face? I think that's what I gotta go for, especially since I can't reach anybody else. Accuracy is not that bad. This would be totally worthwhile if we can get through twice, and I'm not worried about a counter tackle from her. Wow, a double miss on 72. That is a disaster. And now Veronica doesn't get a chance to go for it. what could she do that's helpful? I mean, she could run and stand right behind him and accumulate, but that's not really going to help anything. She could throw a shuriken at that guy. I don't think that's really going to help anything. Didn't mean to do that. Wait, so they are bio, but they cast Petrify and not just Poison? Maybe it's got a chance to do a bunch of different status effects. Yo, Chris, how you doing? What's up? The way they're, like, shaking is so wild. So I could come up here, I could try to throw a shuriken. Not super helpful. I can't help Ramza. I think I'm just gonna go right here. I'll see who I can throw a shuriken at. I would throw it at the other assassin if I could. But yeah, I can't reach her. Unfortunately. And I can't hit her. So I think I'm just gonna accumulate again. We're just gathering data here. Going to Bowling League. Hog. Dang, that's strong. 146. So I guess those are all damage with a chance of status. Wow, 234% Petrify, and they got both of them. God, this fight's gonna be a disaster. And another 100% stop. Oh, I love this game, Chris. Bowling is almost more fun when you're not good at it, in my opinion. Like, it's frustrating when you can't get anything. Alright, we now have 3 characters that can't move. I'm surprised it doesn't just end the battle. If the assassins only have stop and they don't have instant death, we can actually work with that. I think I'm just going to go ahead and reset. I'm not sure how much more I can learn before I reset. I literally can't take any actions, so we're just going to watch them do a whole bunch of stuff. I enjoy the occasional recreational bowl quite a lot. I have to be a little bit careful because of my wrists. I have to make sure I don't hurt my wrists. But barring that, man, they do so much damage too. But yeah, this fight is like over. They're gonna kill everybody before we get to move. I don't really know what undead status does. It probably flips your relationship with Cure and Holy. I guess it would be nice to know if they have other status effects, but I guess we didn't get to see that. That was pretty nuts. But the good news is we can protect ourselves against stop. We have those jade armlets, so it might be time to employ those. Swap out our sprint shoes that we've been loving so much to make sure that we don't get frozen in place. If they don't have instant death, then that puts us in a pretty good spot. But there's also Petrify to contend with. So let's go into the formation screen here and have a look around. We would lose 1 speed and 1 move. Okay, so the Jade Armlet protects us from Petrify and Stop. This is what we're looking for right here. I was thinking that Petrify was a different item. But we only have 3 of these. So, you know. Now, the last time we fought against the Assassins, they did have this dead status effect, which is basically instant death. And we have 2 of those. I believe Charm was on the roster as well. But based on what we saw in that last battle, we only saw Petrify and Stop. And then we have the Don't Move, Don't Act, which hopefully they don't have. Status effects are really hard to contend with in this game. There's so many of them, and there are so few items that protect against them. So let's give our 3 powerful physical people protection against Petrify and Stop. I think we'll leave Salome with the Chantage. And then maybe Roberto could have the Angel Ring. Because then he'll also have Re-Raise. And then protection against instant death, if they have it. Because I don't think the move +1 is going to help him that much. The speed +1 is important. But the way this fight goes, I don't think we're really going to get a chance to revive anybody or use white magic. So... oh wait, we don't lose move because of sprint shoes. It's just speed. Okay, that makes it less painful. That makes it less painful. Alright, we'll try this out. See how that does. Now, if we really got into dire straits, we could go back to this trade city and buy more accessories. So, but for now, let's press on. Maybe we can get some different data. Maybe we can get a good attempt. From what you read the other day, could be misunderstanding, but it seems like the physical copy of the new Rune Factory in Pokemon Legends Switch 2 physical editions will work on Switch 1 because it has both versions on the cart. That's pretty wild. That would be a pretty revolutionary concept. And I know they wouldn't do that unintentionally. So, thinking that they would, like, knowingly be like, oh yeah, this will be nice for people, or oh yeah, we want this flexibility to be there. Saves money from buying the upgrade separately. Yeah, forwards compatibility is pretty rare. Not that that's exactly what that is, but it's kind of the same idea. It would also be really interesting. This battle might be a battle where it would be more advantageous to have Fly instead of Move +3. Because of how much of a factor the height is. Well, let's come up here with Matsuo again. We'll try to doorstop a little bit. And maybe we can get lucky and get a Petrify on this guy. Because that would be just incredible. It's almost like worth playing the RNG to get that on a opening gambit. And I think I'll try spreading out. So I'm going to send Ramza up here. And I'm going to Scream. Rather than just throw a Shuriken. I don't want to group up. So I guess I'll put Veronica right here. And accumulate. Alright, Celia. Hamedo. So you do have dead. Okay, so she still has her for free instant death that we have to worry about. Good to know. Rom's just too far away to revive. But we probably should move in. So we're going to send Roberto right into danger, which is a terrible idea. And maybe we can get a cheer song happening. That would be helpful. Salome, can you shoot anyone from here? Shoot this guy, not that guy. I think this is probably best rather than locking her into a song, because I'm probably going to have her use some items. So we'll keep her AT open. But unfortunately, this puts her in a weird position where she's going to have to group up with Roberto and Veronica, and it's probably going to bait some of these AoE status magic. So I think I'm just going to leave her back here. So with Ramza dead turn 1 and trapped over there, this won't be a sincere attempt, but maybe we can get some more data. Really thinking about it. Take your time, computer. Alright, at least one of them is coming down here. Ultima? Oh my goodness. They have Ultima. At least it only does 100 damage. I should probably have Matsuo go after this guy, because he can't reach anyone else. So, should get perfect accuracy since he's charging. Maybe a kill? Beautiful. Alright. That's good. Okay, slow. We can live with slow. In the most literal sense. And no status from that one. Veronica's dead. Not many people left to speed up. But 2 out of the 3. Okay, you're gonna do some powerful magic. You're gonna do nothing. That's very surprising. Well, we should be able to revive Veronica here. But she's gonna get killed immediately. So... and I need to move closer to reviving Ramza. How far can I throw a Phoenix down? Not quite this far. I'm afraid that if I move here, I won't be able to Phoenix down. So I'm gonna move here. This is probably a waste, but I'm gonna do it anyways. I'm gonna be hopeful. Okay, Matsuo, unfortunately, is gonna have to go up here. Alright, and whatever status I have access to, I can't hit her with, because she's a special enemy. But I could go for it on this guy. Hello? Yo, Smashington! How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. How was Final Fantasy VIII today? How far are you now? Folks, go follow King Smashington. Good human. Good stream. Good vibes. Currently playing through the whole numbered series of Final Fantasy. Who wouldn't want to hang out for that? Currently on Final Fantasy VIII. I love chatting with Smashies. And he hangs out in a lot of cool chats too, so. Good vouch. How was the stream today? We are in a very difficult tactics fight right now. Kind of just getting some data before we reconfigure and make another attempt. This isn't really a sincere attempt, but we're seeing what we can do. We're learning. Alright, Roberto is going to have to fall back here, most likely. But let's see. How long will it take me to do a cure? Ages. Okay, might as well do Cure 3 over Cure 2. Well, no, not necessarily. Oh, man. I might be able to reach Ramza with a Raise 2 from here, but the thing is I'll get killed before it goes off. So. I doubt I can attack from a height of 3, otherwise I'd whack Veronica with the healing staff. I think the best thing I can do is just back all the way up, try to cure myself. I don't think there's any way I can revive Ramza before he disappears, so I shouldn't be trying too hard with this attempt. I can't even reach her from here. Gosh. Okay. You know what? We've never tried this song that's supposed to fill up your AT. Maybe this is the proper time to try it out. Weekday streaming feels like the jam. Oh yeah, do you normally only stream on the weekends? I didn't even think about that. I like streaming on the weekends. Or on the weekdays. I've pretty much never streamed on weekdays. I feel like I gotta just go for a kill here with Veronica to try to get ahead of it. Try to take this guy out. Nice. She's gonna die either way, so I might as well get something for it. Nice, Hamedo. Not enough for the kill, but... Alright, you come down here and do the same thing, Prochner. Alright, he got through. That's totally fine. Great job, Veronica. Okay, she's going for stop on one of the characters that isn't immune. Alright, Matsuo's got to go for the big attack on the assassin here. It's really hard to see on this battlefield. Beautiful critical. Too bad we couldn't get the fall damage, too. Oh? If you want your dear sister back, be brave and enter. Okay, so same win condition as the previous time we fought. We'll be waiting inside. Hurry up. Well, I'm glad we played that out. So like the last time we encountered them, we didn't actually have to win. We just had to get one of them to low health. Alma! So these two sultry ladies and their zombie overlord have captured our sister. and they want something that we have, and they want us to come here so that they can use our sister as bait to get what they want. And obviously we think that we're somehow going to come in and not give them what they want and somehow get our sister back, but have no plan as to how that's going to work. Velius and Quecklane are both gone. We're the only ones alive now. Adramilk's caught in the loophole. What? We're the only ones alive now. Okay, so that just kind of spelled out a lot of things. We're going straight to the notebook. I guess first I need to write down what happened at that battle. So, at the gate of Limberry Castle, we got a whole color coding system going on here for the new people. Ramza is ambushed by the assassins Celia and Led. They have an army of gargoyles with them, and their same arsenal of perfect accuracy status effects, but luckily we once again only needed to get one assassin to low HP to end the fight. They taunt us to enter the castle before teleporting away. Inside, Marquis Elmdor is talking with, I'm pretty sure this is Vormov, but I'm going to wait for confirmation, so I'm going to leave space there. And says, we're the only ones alive now, noting that Quecklane and Velius are dead. So he presumably means Zodiac Stone holders that can transform into demons. Okay, continuing on. Don't worry about him. He'll soon be summoned to the other side. Did they find a suitable body for him? Yes, the Zodiac Stone chose one. Just as they chose us, the stones will choose the body. Really? Now we have to bring back Bloody Angel using the ultimate power. Okay. So it is Vormov. Elmdor says they will bring back... I'm going to write this in orange, I guess. Bloody Angel. This could be a character rather than a group of people, but we don't really know. Bloody Angel using the... I guess I'll have Ultimate Power be written as an item. Ultimate Power. And I'll be sure to put these both in quotes. Oops. Okay. Then, even without the stones or a suitable body, we can come and go at will. Did they find a good body for Angel? Don't tell me it's that girl. There's only one body suitable for Angel. That girl. Now we must find the way to the dead city. Okay. So they imply that each demon needs a corporeal vessel, and that Alma will be the body for, I'll write it in pink this time, Angel. Way to the Dead City just sounds like hell. They must find the way to the... And I'll write Dead City in red, since it's quite possible that it's a literal location. Okay, I need to go back and write down the other thing that they were talking about, well, we can repeat this scene afterwards. Oh. He's here. I lured him into the castle. What shall I do with him? I've been waiting for you, Ramza. Payback time for what happened at Riovanes. Be careful, he's strong. He even beat Velius. Don't worry about me. Let me handle it. Go find the way to the Dead City. Okay, be careful. I love how they can all just teleport around. All right, I'm going. All right, we get to save. That's good, because we're probably going right into another battle. Hopefully we also get to see the formation screen. All right, so we're going to call this SS2. And this will be post Limberry gate, battle, and scene. Now this may be where we stop for today, but I want to see if beyond here what we're spit out into. Is it another scene? Is it a formation? It's formation. Okay. So we're going to be going right into a battle at the top of the stream tomorrow, because it is about time to end. We're going to find out what's in store for us. Do we need to keep our status effect items back on? Do we need to go back to our previous build? Do we need to make other changes? Blah, 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 blah. Off stream, I'm going to go back and write a few more things about that scene, because there was one particular detail that I wanted to get that I talked through, but I kind of glossed over. Oops, I didn't mean to cancel out of that. Okay, perfect. We're not going into a scene. I didn't want to see a scene yet. I need to put the controller down. But we're going to stop here for today. We'll be back tomorrow on time. We had to start late today because I had a visitor. But we'll be back on time tomorrow for a whole nother day of tactics. 11:30 Central, if you want to come stop back by and see where we pick up. We will start right here. And it's going to be cool. I'm excited. Randy, thank you so much for lurking. Nice to see you. You're welcome for stream. It was fun today. We made more great progress. We learned more stuff. We got a little bit scared on that last battle because we've felt really unstoppable for the last week or so. And of course it's like, oh great, we're back to this again with the cheap status effects. It's pretty much the only thing that can stop us in our tracks right now. Other than, like, somebody either needs to have really, really accurate status and instant death, or they need to be able to just output an absurd level of damage that we can't contend with. That's pretty much the only thing that can stop us right now. At least that I can imagine. Okay. Let's see. Housekeeping. We are dangerously close to meeting the follower goal that we have been that has been looming for multiple years now. When that gets met, I will have to do a sincere as possible first playthrough of Final Fantasy X-2. And the Caffeine Curmudgeon is going to come out. He's going to have some hot takes. He's going to have some spicy clapbacks. But he's also going to sincerely play the game and see what he can glean from it. So that's going to be very spicy and exciting whenever it happens. If that follower goal gets met before we finish tactics, that will be the next playthrough. Unless I decide I need like a, like a miniature palate cleanser or something like that. But that might be just the palate cleanser that we're looking for, honestly. It'd be such a left turn from this game that I probably wouldn't have to worry about reflexively comparing it to this game, which is kind of what I'm worried about. I don't want to jump into my next RPG and like reflexively compare that game to this game, because I don't want to do that. But we've spent so much time with this game and we're so entrenched in this game that I'm worried that I'll reflexively do it. But it would be such a left turn that we might not have to worry about it. He's gonna dunk on my gender sanctuary game. Listen, Street. Listen, I'm gonna I'm gonna do my absolute best to ride the line between celebrating the absurdity and lampooning the absurdity and having fun with the girlies and making everybody feel like one of the boys all at the same time. It's gonna be a wild ride. It's not gonna be a love fest, but it's not gonna be a hate fest either. It's gonna be a Final Fantasy X-2 playthrough unlike anything anyone has ever seen. Of that much we can be sure. I'm very excited to see how it goes. Next week, the Switch 2 comes out. I will be doing normal stream schedule, so Kirby on Tuesday. We're going to beat Dreamland 2, and we're going to go into Dreamland 3. And on next Thursday and Friday, we're going to play more Tactics. But on Wednesday night, going into Thursday, we're going to do an extra stream where I'm going to come home late with my Switch 2 and Mario Kart. And I don't know if I'm going to come home with any other games. I'm not planning to. We'll see. And we're just going to chill and be hype and hang out. And, you know, if people want to jump in and play Mario Kart with me, absolutely. Just going to hang out and enjoy the hype a little bit. Set up the Switch 2. See what's going on. Check out the UI and some of the, you know, features and all that. Blah-de-blah. Play a little Mario Kart. I don't know how long it's going to be for. I'm not going to like play it all night or anything because I want to be fresh and wake up and play this game the following day. But we're going to do that for a little bit on Wednesday night going into Thursday next week. So come check that out if you want to hang out, if you want to play some Mario Kart, blah, blah, blah. That's all I got for you for now. We'll be back tomorrow with more Tactics. We're very close to a sub goal. If we hit that before the end of the stream tomorrow, the lady and I will play some Grim Fandango for you on Sunday. It'll be our second stream of that. We'll pick that up where we left it off. We do cozy point and clicks whenever the sub goal gets met. And as I said, more Kirby on Tuesday. So, that's all I got. We need to find somebody to raid. Send some love over onto somebody. Starting Wednesday night and ending 4 days later. No, I promise it won't be anything like that. Smashington. Switch 2 won't work without an update. That's not great for the future. I totally disagree, Halo Killer. Day one updates for new consoles are pretty much a given. Every recent piece of gaming hardware that has come out has had a day one update. So I don't think you should feel doomer about that. I take that as a good sign. It means that Nintendo is continuing to test and optimize their hardware after having manufactured and shipped it. And they've discovered, oh, there are some things that we should update or fix or change or whatever, instead of just leaving the consumer high and dry. You know? So I think that bodes more well than it bodes poorly. Sure, it could mean that they rushed or whatever, but I wouldn't be too worried about it. I would be worried about it is if everybody unboxed their Switch 2 day one and there was something glaringly wrong with it and Nintendo was like, oh, I guess we'll get around to fixing that. Obviously, like, you know, somebody who unboxes the Switch 2 and doesn't have an internet connection and they can't play it right away, that kind of sucks. But it's 2025. I think anybody that can afford a Switch 2 at launch probably has internet access. And at the very worst could go to a coffee shop and connect it to some free Wi-Fi or something. Sealed ones a decade from now could potentially not work. Sure. Valid. But I don't think we should be too concerned about that. Like, if you have a brand new console in the box that's never been powered on, there are other things to worry about as well. Like, that actually happened to Capralog. Capralog bought a new in-box Xbox 360, and it didn't work out of the box because the thermal paste on the CPU needs the heat of the system being powered up to, like, finalize the seal. And because it had never been powered on, that thermal paste had turned into, like, goopy dust. And he had to go in and clean it all off, put new thermal paste on it, and then fire it up. So there's other concerns with a new in-box console that is a decade old. But it's still a valid concern, absolutely. That's happened to people with PS3s and PSPs that have sat dormant for a really long time. Even if it's not brand new, just if it like sits on a shelf for a really long time and then, you know, whatever. But I gotta assume that every other firmware update that Nintendo puts out for the system is going to either include that or they're going to, you know, have that available in perpetuity. Nintendo might not be the best at game, or they might not be perfect at game preservation and accessibility, but I think they're probably the best of the big three by a long shot when it comes to that stuff. So even though they're new to firmware updates and things like that for hardware, compared to somebody like Sony who's been doing it for longer, I think they're better about making sure they do it right. Also, hello, Sam. We're about to find a raid target. This is our stopping point for today. It's lovely to see you, but we are headed out for the day. We'll be back tomorrow with more. Let's see. Where are we going? There are some good choices. Okay, I don't get this opportunity very often, so I'm going to take it. We're going to raid Kurtman. He's playing Bloodborne. Kurtman is very funny. Kurtman is someone that we know from Jackie's community. He's a very friendly and funny guy. We're going to go say hello and see how Bloodborne's going. I'm pretty sure it's like one of his favorite games, and he's played it a lot, but assume it's a first playthrough, just in case. We made it to Limberry Castle Gate, Sam. That's where we're at. We just finished... Wait. Are you serious? Thank you. Let me cancel the raid. I was talking about Jackie's community. Alright, there we go. We're raiding Kurtman. Good catch. Jackie's not online. We're gonna raid Kurtman. Thank y'all for being here. We'll see you tomorrow for more tactics, I hope. Possibly Sunday for Grim Fandango, if we can get one more sub in towards the sub goal. Otherwise, Tuesday for the hopeful conclusion of Kirby's Dream Land 2 and then going into Dream Land 3. But y'all be good. We'll see you in the next thing. Let's go say hi to Kurtman.